What's up, Atheiros? Welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to another Waffle House. And yeah, it's the Friday before the storm. Um, I said on the last stream that I was going to do a Waffle House. To just be calm, man. Look, I got all the funny colored kits out. What I'm saying, I'm just a relaxed mode. You know what I'm saying? These are my holiday shirts. So when I go on holiday, the pink joint, the Monsters Inc. kit, you know what I'm saying? These are my holiday shirts. I'm on a mental holiday. Because things might not work the way that I want them to work out on Sunday. So I'm gonna be cool and I'm gonna be calm, I'm gonna be collected. And yeah, just have a chat with the community, man. It's Friday. But before we start, I do have to mention um, rest in peace to Alex Manager. Um, I don't want to be performative. I didn't watch Arsenal when he played. I know about his history, stepping in for David Seaman and helping us win the double. But yeah, that's all I know. I didn't watch him. I saw him around, Liverpool and that. But yeah, I don't want to be performative. But I think when I look at this, I think about Jose Antonio Reyes, who I did follow, as a Sevilla fan. He was still playing at the time. And it's very sad, man, when anybody loses their life young, especially the way he kind of lost his life. It's very sad. And I deal with that in my work profession, so I know how tough it is for the people that loved him, his family, and everyone who did know and watch him. So rest in peace to Alex Manager, and yeah, blessings and prayers to his family, because I know it's tough losing a loved one, especially that young. My mom died around the same age that he was, so I get it. And it's a sad thing. So rest in peace, Alex, and let's get into the Waffle House. So, yeah, man. Like I said, it's gonna be a slow show. It's gonna be, we're gonna take it easy tonight. I know that a lot of people that watch me are probably still at work. I decided to do this early because I know that I can waffle. I know that it might take long. I know that you know, we'll be in here chatting once everybody kind of shows up. So I wanted to give time. Also because my wife is around, and if I had started this at 8, 9 o'clock, then she'd be grumpy because it's Friday night and she probably wants to hang out. So yeah, big up Quaja for stopping by. The big up Gooner Rican legend in the chat. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back, mate. Thank you, Quasha. Appreciate it for putting the thing now. Smash likes and subscribe. Yep, please do. Ozzy Ange, good evening. Hope you're well. Sussman came out saying this Arsenal team's far superior in United at 9-19, regardless of Arsenal out of the FA Cup. So Ozzy Ange, this is the Waffle House. This is our home away from Arsenal. So Arsenal, I'm not gonna speak much about Arsenal. That's what I have the ammo check for. That's what I had the midweek Mazda for. That's what I got all my other shows for, talk Arsenal. This is purely not Arsenal. Regarding that, bro, I can't even waste my time or breath because the 99 team are amazing. They're iconic. So yeah, bro, I don't even want to get that energy right now, but thank you for commenting. I appreciate it. It's a nothing comment, man. It's just to get traction, but we ain't talking about Arsenal. Tonight we talking about kits. We talking about YouTube, and we're talking to the community, but we're not gonna talk Arsenal. I mean, I can talk Tottenham if you want, if that's what you want to chat about, but we're not gonna talk Arsenal. Because that's what my other shows are for. This is just for the community to chill, talk about something that's football related, but has nothing to do with the Arsenal. I do have the Arsenal kits, but that's because they're the lightest kits that I own. So there we go. And I've seen this as well, But the same thing goes. We ain't talking about Arsenal. So if you came here for Arsenal chat, thank you for stopping by. But that's tomorrow, that's Sunday. Yeah, that's it. So I did hear you was out, but that's pretty much it. All right. So big up to Blacks, big up tornado season in the Midwest. Yeah, man, you know, that's what, you know, being from Florida, man, like natural disasters, you know, if somebody were to say like, oh, it's tornado season or it's hurricane season, you know, being in the UK, when I say, oh, it's hurricane season, they're like, oh my God, a hurricane. But like when you grow up with it, you know it's scary. You know hurricanes are scary. You know that they can take life, they can take property. You know what I'm saying? They're nature's forces. But when you go, bro, every other summer, every other year I'm getting time out of school because hurricane season. It's kind of like you become numb to it. You know what I'm saying? It's like hurricane. Oh, that's great. That's pretty much it. Like that's how you be. So, yeah. But big up to everybody in the Midwest. I hope everybody stays safe. With the tornadoes and stuff. You got Dappins going around. The Kool-Aid strongness here. 3 likes so far. Thank you for liking. If you stopped by. Operation Smooth Podcast. Yeah, he out. You see the lead kits. Is that the kits are referred to? So Blacks, if you haven't been here before, if you check out the old Waffle houses, every now and then I'll do kits. Like I'll do my kit collection. I have a kit collection. So the last 2, if you go back and look at them, I had modern day heroes where I had like a Neymar kit, Messi. I had some op kits. I can go tell you which op kits I had. Go and watch. And then tonight is just some of the new ones I picked up. That's what we talk about in the Waffle House. It's literally just to waffle about everything except for Arsenal. So if you came here for Arsenal chat, we're not talking about that. This is to get your mind off of Arsenal. This is to get your mind off of all the stuff that's going on. You know, it's a getaway. That's what the Waffle House is. But yeah, if I can avoid talking about Arsenal, that's what I do. Eden Social, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by. Nice. Oh man, StreamYard doing me dirty. I think it lagged just then, but StreamYard doing me dirty. Cause I was clicking on comments and wasn't working. But yeah, man, I got a big like these are 2 of them, obviously, that I have. As I said at the beginning of the show, these are my holiday shirts. These are the shirts I wear on holiday. So if if we come out with like a pink joint or the one that the training kit we came out that had like the flames and had all the colors, yeah, man, that's one of my favorite holiday shirts. But for me, growing up in Miami, growing up from like, in South Florida, we like flash, we like vibrant colors, we like big colors, and that's what we got. So yeah. So this episode, man, I want to kind of talk about YouTube, man. Like my YouTube journey. I'm always like to give the community an update. As you guys have seen, I think 22 away from I think this thing is lagging. I apologize if it's lagging. If y'all can see me, if you can't see me, let me know. I don't know why it's being goofy, but yeah, man. Like I'm 22 away from 500, and if you're in here, I appreciate everyone that's in here, because the amount of growth that I've had since I started YouTube. Like I started YouTube in June. I mean, I made the channel in May, but I didn't start recording until June. And just to see how far I've grown. Like, I like to reflect, man. I like to reflect with the community. Like when I first started this thing, I probably had 1 or 2 people, and now I get around 5 to 10. I mean, the other day BBK gave me a raid, and I had 300 in the chat, and it was crazy. But yeah, man, I enjoy it, man. I enjoy talking. I had conversations with people around, and they're like, oh, do you Do you plan on, trying to monetize? Bro, that doesn't matter to me. Like, making money off of YouTube, this is a side hobby. This is a thing that I do after work. This is why I always pop out late. And it sucks that people I want to work with, like Rob from Boring AFC. I'd love to work with him, but he works nights. He works on sociable hours. So it's just trying to find, a medium. Like, I'd like to do more with Taryn BBK, but he's so far behind in Washington. Like, finding a time that's good for him and the time that's good for me, like, it's kind of tough. But I have so many, same with Johnny. Like, Johnny and Taryn are gonna record their show at midnight tonight. I'm an old man, bro. I'm gonna be in the bed, knocked out, slobbing sleep. So, when it comes to that, like, I have so many plans and so many things that I wish I could do. But because I work a job, work for the NHS, most of the time I just record when I get time. So for me, this isn't a full-time job. It's not something I do all the time. It's something I do in my spare time. And the fact that I'm close to 500 people subscribing to me with something that I'm doing in my spare time means a lot to me. So if you're in the community, if you're watching, if you've been part of it, I appreciate you, man. And this is why I do things like the Waffle House, because I want to speak to you. I think that the comment should be on they should be on subscribers only mode. But let me just check to make sure. Yeah, let me just check that it's on sub, because I just want to talk to my subscribers, man. If you haven't subscribed yet, then you got to subscribe to join the party. But yeah, that's what the Waffle House is. It's just a chat with you guys, man. It's not a show that I plan to have a lot of people on, because it's a one-to-one. It's for us to chat. It's for me to waffle. It's for me to get my thoughts out, and for you guys to get your thoughts out. And if you got questions that aren't football related, if you have questions, one of my first Waffle Houses, people were asking me about my journey, how I came to the UK, how I started supporting Arsenal, how I got into football, all that stuff. That's what the Waffle House is for. It's a general, it's like a member stream without being a member stream. That's pretty much what it is to me. So that's what I do here. Getting to your summer comments. Now you're coming through 500. Here we go. Yeah, I'm almost there, which is crazy because I started with like 50. Quadra said 500. Next week, mate. Gonna ring 22 away now. Thank you. And big up, Pito. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, man, it's just an opportunity. Let me see if I can fix this thing, man, because I'm learning how to do things on the fly, and that's the joys of YouTube, man. You get to try things in and a good listen will snack and playing FIFA on a day off. Yeah, man. Listen, one of these days too, Blacks, man, I want to get into FIFA. I'm mid, bro. I am as mid at FIFA as Arsenal have been playing. Like, that's how mid I am. Like, if I said I was a FIFA player, I'd probably be Palace, man. That's my level, Crystal Palace. Like, if you was asking me about FIFA, like, I can, on my day, I can have a blinder, but boy, if it's not going, yeah, if it's not going, it ain't going. So big up to the wifey, and this man can waffle, pancakes, and biscuit. Diabolical. But I can, and she's in here because she like hearing me talk. Listen, find you a partner in your life that can just hear you waffle and still pop in to hear you waffle. Whatever partner can listen to you waffle, good to go. What's up, Cooper? Big up. And Gooner Rican, do you understand Spanish? Yes. Can I speak it? Is another thing. I grew up in a Hispanic household. My mother was Puerto Rican, full Puerto Rican, from Puerto Rico. My mother was the kind of person who wanted us to be a part of America. And my grandma was kind of like, you're Puerto Rican, and you have to understand Spanish. Like, if I'm gonna talk to you, understand. So, but because my mom didn't speak it a lot around me, because she wanted me to be, I'm already black, to be fair. So she didn't want and big up who you say you gotta run, smash the lights. And my wife said, in and out real quick. Cooper, thanks for stopping by. Yes, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it. But yeah, so my grandma, she speaks to me and I understand, but because I didn't speak it in my house, I only spoke around my grandmother. I became shy at kind of speaking, and when you don't use something for a long time, you kind of lose it. So, like, if someone is speaking, I lived in Spain for a couple of years, so I do this thing where, like, my brain sometimes take a little bit to process, but I'll answer you in English. So, if you say something to me in Spanish, I answer in English. I've been working really hard to, like, get the confidence of speaking, because I know what I want to say. I know how to say it. And it's one of those things, bro. Like, when I talk about my Spanish, it's like, when you're shy around, the opposite sex, or, the opposite gender, whatever. Like, when you're shy around them and you want to go speak to them, that's how my Spanish is. Like, if somebody came up to me and said something, I'd answer in English. And then when they walked away, I'd be like, dang, I should have said this in Spanish. And that's how my Spanish is. But that's a roundabout way of saying, yeah, I understand, but my speaking is trash. But I'm getting better at it. I know what to say. It's just the confidence of saying what needs to be said. But I'm working on it. It's a little bit harder to living in the UK because they don't really speak Spanish. But if I lived in Spain, I'd probably be a lot more fluent. I mean, every time I go to Spain, they talk to me, and I was chatting with a dude in an Uber about bananas. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because that was going around there. He was astounded that I asked him in Spanish, like, so yeah, roundabout way. I hope I answered your question. And that's how the Waffle House is. It's open for discussion. Said, I hear only playing career mode, world class, authentic says it's chill but challenging enough. Yeah, man. I see what I like doing is, I'm pretty sure my wife is tired of looking at me do the same thing. But I like to take a player. And I'll start at Sevilla, and I'll start as like a sub, and I'll come off, start making things, and then I just start banging. I'll do like 5 years at Sevilla, and then I'll go to Arsenal, and then I'll start banging for Arsenal, but not enough to beat Thierry Henry's records or anything. But yeah, then I become a star, and then after 10 years, I'm kind of like, all right, I'm done now, and I start over. But yeah, what I wish that FIFA did, right, is I wish that FIFA had more smaller teams. Like, I wish they had, like, when I talk about small team, I mean like nations. I'm Puerto Rican. Like, I would love to see Puerto Rico in the game. I would love to see. And I know you'd have to have a lot of games to have all of the nations, but it would be nice, man. It'd be nice to have like an update where I could start a guy. You don't have to have all the clubs, but I could have him playing for, I don't know, Portsmouth in the championship, but he's also getting called up to the Puerto Rican national team, trying to make, CONCACAF or something. Like, it would be nice. That's the only thing. But yeah, man. When I play career mode as well, I tried to get into teams. When I tried to get into, like, the whole FIFA team thing, I get bopped, bro. I get bopped. So yeah, I played offline mode as well. I feel you, bro. Big up Cooper stopping by always. And Maya said, ¿Cómo se dice trash en español? Basura. How I be playing. Dave, she trying to shade me. I'm not trash. I'm just mid. Like, I'm mid. You know what I'm saying? I'm very mid when it comes to games. If not American football, yeah, I can play it. But FIFA, bro, I'm so hot and cold, bro. Like, I played the seasons, and I'll get to like the 5th tier, and I had 2 good games, and yeah, bro, getting bashed. So yeah. Black said, player mode for Arsenal sign is always fun. I'm addicted to manager career mode. Make Arsenal actually. I used to do that too, man. Like, I used to do that too, where like when I first started playing FIFA and we were getting, bro. I wish I could have. What's crazy? I actually saw a video of me doing a reaction from like 9 years ago on Facebook, and I was talking about Alexis Sanchez free kick. I think we playing Middlesbrough, and he scored a free kick before halftime, and I was on there and just like doing this, and I was like, man, if I had stuck with it, I probably have a follower by now. But everything happens in life how it's meant to happen. But what I used to do back then, because when I became an Arsenal fan in 2016, we was getting bought by Bayern Munich. So what I used to do is, and my wife would probably like, I'd watch downstairs because that's where the TV was in Spain. We get bought, bro, and I would just go upstairs to the man cave, turn on FIFA, and I play against Bayern Munich, bro, on easy. I put like 20 past them, bro. I was like, you hold it. Like, I go in Munich, put 20 past them, and like just get my frustrations out, bro. That's what I would do. So yeah. That's how I'd be for FIFA. So I get it. But the career mode is always fun as well. Because I used to always buy the players we were linked with, man. Like the Thomas Lamars and we got Aubameyang, but yeah, man, it was a fun time. So I like the manager mode as well. He said they need to do better about getting more countries in the game. Run me Zambia, man. Come on. Yeah, man. I just want to see, like you said, more African countries. Like, we get FIFA all the time. Why can't we have an AFCON game? I would play that. You know what I'm saying? Why we can't have it, like the FIFA World Cup game, right? Why can't they have FIFA like a main cup? Just not even club. Just it's literally just you playing, Nations League, AFCON, and stuff like that. It can be an add-on. It doesn't have to be a game on its own, but have like another side menu where you playing that and be able to play some of those teams and stuff, man. Like, I like the World Cup game. Did they do it the last time? I think they did it last time or the time before last, where they bring out the World Cup game. You can play all the teams in the World Cup. And now that they have more World Cup teams, I'd like to see like more. I like to see more, man. I think, but with EA too, though, Blacks, man, like they get lazy. EA gets lazy. Like the career mode, like they had Alex Hunter. Remember Alex Hunter career mode? I love that, bro, because I like having the story. It was great. And then they just kind of dropped it. And I was like, bro, you got the new FC, you could bring it back. And then they had that whole thing with like Volta, with like troops and stuff, and it was exciting at first. And it's like, yeah, man, make the career mode. I heard that the next career mode is going to be more like 2K, which I think could be interesting. I think could be interesting if you could do that. If you could walk around and you pick your national team and you go into a side menu, you play the whatever. I think that'd be cool as well. So yeah. So big up. Pito said, even though I'm Rican and Portuguese, I grew up speaking English. I had to learn both on my own. You can do it, bro. Thank you, man. And like I said, I'm trying. I think the hardest thing though is not being able to speak. So I know what I'm gonna say, but there's no one really in England to speak with, right? Like if I was back home in Miami, bro, Spanish would be done for, right? Like if I was back home in Miami, I'd be speaking every day. You have to do it to survive. So, but being here, there's not a lot of Spanish speakers around. What I do though, right, is there's a lady at the coffee shop where I work, and she's Venezuelan, and she speaks to me every now and then, and that's like my little snippet of trying. But she's very nice, man, and she talks to me, so I appreciate her. I beat Gooner Rican at FIFA once, never let him live that would die. Picks or it didn't happen. Picks or it did not happen. I don't recall. I'm legally blind. I don't know. See what had happened was, hey, I got no excuse, man. I don't know what happened. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was new in playing the feet. Nah, I don't know, bro. I'm a deny. I'm a plead the fifth. And you know it's crazy. Once she beat me, bro, I took it out on my little brother. I played him. I beat him 8-0. I was like, nah, I couldn't have it. I couldn't have it. He wanted to play. I said, nah, I couldn't have it. Because we was all sitting there playing. Black said, different time I'd be having viral rage reactions like Goldberg. Bro, this is why I don't do watch-alongs, bro. I just want to do watch-alongs because I get emotional, man. Like when I'm into something, if I follow something, I follow it with my whole heart, which is why my wife does not allow me to watch Miami Dolphins games and Arsenal games. I can only watch one a weekend. So I usually choose Arsenal because they're probably an easier watch anyway. But yeah, I can't watch the Dolphins and watch Arsenal in the weekend. And if I do, if I watch the Dolphins, like if I watch the Dolphins and Arsenal would have to have won for me to be able to watch the Dolphins. Because if Arsenal's lost and I watch the Dolphins and they lose, my wife knows I'm cranky for the rest of the day. Which is why it's kind of banned from my house. But yeah. Black said, y'all didn't even think about that AFCON game with a bunch of African leagues get it started. Yeah, man, I got ideas out the yin-yang, man. I just be thinking. I be thinking and doing. Freddie said, finna be long Sunday. Yep. But remember, we don't talk about that in the Waffle House. Big up to E. Ross, the boss. Respect, dude, Gooner Rican and crew. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I know you got things to do. Rose, that's your nickname and all that. So, Fairly said top starter today. Oh, team of the season. Bro, I can't even bother. I can't even bother. Because I tried doing it in American football with the cards and stuff. Like, I tried the links. Nah, man. And I feel like you have to get extremely lucky to get some of the great players. I'm like, nah, bro. I like playing off luck. Quadra said, do you like reading books? I do. And one of my Waffle Houses will be talking about the books that I've read. So the Arsenal books, the football books. I have actually ordered some. And I want to talk about them. But that's what the Waffle House is. We talk about, I can talk about Arsenal in respects to kids. I can talk to about Arsenal respects to books and stuff like that. But I'm not going to talk tactics, how I feel about a match now. I will talk about my love for the Arsenal, but I won't talk about what's currently happening. If that makes sense. But yeah, I do read books. The last book that I read, and I talked about this, the last book that I read was actually Tony Adams' Addicted. I was gonna say Sober, but I just ordered Sober. But yeah, I read Addicted was the last book that I read. And it was so good, man. And it like, the thing with me, Quadra, like when I read Arsenal stuff, like I've always been a very immersive reader because growing up, I wasn't a TV kid. I was a reader. I was a nerd, dude. So like I loved reading. I was so into books. And because we only had one TV in the house and my mom was always watching the Spanish stuff and all that stuff, I would just read in the corner. So I became a very avid reader. And that's actually how I ended up in the UK, man. Like I started reading about the UK. I started reading Harry Potter, and that kind of flickered in my brain. I was like, oh, I would love to study in the UK. And then I got the opportunity. So when I read like Highbury, when I read Fever Pitch, like I put myself into those moments. I'm like, man, it'd have been great to actually experience those moments. Excuse me. And one day, bro, we'll probably look back at these moments and somebody will write about them. And I'll say, dang, I lived those moments. I remember what that felt like. And I think that's a part of the reason why I want us to win so bad, man. Because, I don't want this book that I read, 10, 15 years down the line to be how we bottled it 4 times. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. That's that's what it is. I love books. And be respectful in the chat. And of course, my left-hand woman said, trust me, the pit bull in me will come out if anybody's being disrespectful. Listen, that lady's only 5'2", but I have a way with talking. That lady has a way with words, and it will make you feel bad. Trust me. So yes, do not get on her bad side. She's also a mod as well. So yeah, the top mod, if you will. But like you said, He has more books than kids. He just ordered some yesterday. Yep. I have a bookshelf full of books. I like to read about sports. I like World War II as well. I read World War II. I have random books that I've read that I like. I need to read more. I have a shelf of books that I've read, and when I get kind of sidetracked with work and stuff, then I forget. But what I've started doing is I get some transient time, like when I'm on my way to work, or I'm at work for lunch, so I read then. So yeah, I like reading, and Arsenal is the thing that I'm reading about now. Although I do have a book coming that's not about Arsenal. And on the next Waffle House, I will go through some of my books. I'll give you some of my books and we'll talk about it. Because I think I need to reread some of the Arsenal books as well. But good question, Quadra. Keep it coming. If you guys got a question, that's what this is for. Fraley said, who's being disrespectful? Nobody. I think he's just reminding everybody to be respectful in the chat, and that's fine. I hope nobody is being disrespectful. Yeah, why would people come up and be disrespectful? I ain't talking about nothing about nobody. I don't get it. Don't be disrespectful in my chat. Yeah, I'm a nice guy. But anyway, and Pito say, yeah, you have to immerse yourself into learning a language. Music, TV, books, interviews, definitely being around fluent speakers help. Yeah, when it comes to Spanish, I think that the thing that I'm doing now, Pito, is I've started, because I lived in Spain, so I was there. I was immersed in the culture, and then I moved to England. And I think that I kind of not fell out, but I started watching Sevilla from afar. And I wasn't watching it as frequently. But recently I've gotten back into it, even though they're kind of at the bottom of the table. I'm just like, I remember how I felt being there. So what I'll do is I'll watch Sevilla in Spanish. So I watch Arsenal in English commentary, and I watch Sevilla in Spanish, and then I pick things up because I know what's going on. So as they talk about what's going on, in my brain, it's processing how to say certain things. So that's how I'm keeping up with the Spanish bit. I know, man. I'm just saying for people entering, be respectful to everyone as always. Yeah, he just reminding people. That's all it is. You know. Freddie said 62 cards out today, and they're all Italian league. And bro, see, and this is the thing. Like, I started the team of the season. I started the whole team thing, and I was trying, man. And I got some cards. I'm like, bro, I don't even know who these dudes are. Like, no disrespect, but like dudes from Lithuania. I was like, and he's like a 67. I'm like, what am I supposed to do this? And then you play somebody, and they got like Ronaldinho in the team. I'm like, bro, this is peak. Like, I'm getting dish racked. So yeah, man, it's hard, but maybe I'll get back into it, bro. Maybe I'll get back into it. And once we get the channel up, like once I get a space, because right now, like my space is small. This is the corner of my room. This is my small space. This is my area. But I plan on moving in the next couple of years anyway. Just because I want to move to a different area in the UK. Just because I'm an explorer, man. I like moving. So if when I do move and I get a different space, I want to start doing like FIFA. I mean, and it's not gonna be like some of the dudes who play FIFA and they're good. Like, nah, you're gonna see me get pumped. But hey, that's the joys, man. That's the joys. But yeah. And that's my tiny pit bull making herself know. Flybird said Fever Pitch is a fantastic book. I rewatched the movie this season when I thought we were going to win the league, just so it was fresh. I read Fever Pitch. I don't know if I told you guys this, man. Like, was it Fever Pitch? I think it was Fever Pitch, the one by Nick Hornsby. So when I went to the Emirates, I went to the Emirates in 2023 or 2022. Because what I used to do before my wife moved over here when I was still at uni, I would go to the Emirates because I have days off. So I go to the Emirates before the season, and I would walk around or go to the Emirates, before we actually got into it. I walk around, do the tour, and just like breathe in the atmosphere. I'm like, this is where we're gonna play this season. This is where we're gonna win something. Like, so I go around, and because I'm a waffler, because I'm a talker, I started talking to stewards about their experience. Like, do you actually like, some people who work for Arsenal, they're not Arsenal fans, and that's fine. But I spoke to this one older gentleman. He was actually retiring, and he said, "Oh yeah, I've been watching Arsenal since Highbury, and this is where I sat, and in the Emirates, it would be right there." He was telling me some of his great moments, and I was just like, if you guys don't know, my background is sociology and psychology. That's what my degrees are for. So I like hearing experiences. I like hearing people's stories. And he told me about his, and I remember, and I'll never forget it. I walked out of the stadium, and I went to the little is diabolical, but I went to the museum bit, and I went to the tour, and I saw the statues and the trophies. And when I came out, he was like, I was looking for you. I didn't know if you had left, but I got something for you. And he went and he came back. He's like, stay right there. He went, came back, and he gave me a copy of Fever Pitch. But it looked like the copy that they were giving like season ticket holders or whatever from Highbury, because it's got like it's an older looking book. And he gave it to me, said, I want you to read this because it's kind of what we talked about. And I was just so touched by the fact that this guy just gave me like a book. He didn't have to. And I said, said he was leaving. I had him sign it. And I read it. So yeah, it meant a lot to me. So that's one of kind of the first Arsenal books. And then my mate Woody, who's the one I go with, he let me borrow Highbury. He let me borrow Fever Pitch, and let me borrow, was it 89? I think was another book he let me borrow. So I gave them back to him, and then I actually bought them myself. So now they're part of my collection. But yeah, I bought a couple more, and I'll show them to you guys a little bit later. But yeah, Fever Pitch is good. But I'm gonna reread it again. Maybe I should do the same, Flavour. Listen, there's still hope. In Waffle House, we're not negative. There's still hope. It might be slim, but there's still hope. Bad Bunny's helping me learn Spanish. This woman here, this lady that I live with, bro, she's watched the Super Bowl halftime show more times than I can count. Every time I go in there, she's watching it. And I don't think she's watching for the Spanish. I think she's watching for the gyration. But if it helps you learn Spanish, I'm for it. Just don't get mad when I'm watching Shakira video. That's it. People said also may sound crazy, but write out conversations to yourself and practice them. You'll feel weird doing it, but it helps. Trust me. And listen, this is why I love the community, right? Because I'm always open for suggestions, man. And that's a good idea. I started writing words down, and it's weird because sometimes I talk to myself. Like sometimes I'll have many, because no one to talk to. Sometimes I have many conversations to myself. But yeah, that's a good idea. Write out conversations to yourself and pray. Yeah, man. I don't write it down, but I think that's probably that better idea, Pito, if I write it down, because then I can see how like the sentence structures. And so maybe I'll get a notebook and do that. I appreciate that. I'm always down for help, man. I'm always down to hear new things and learn new things. So, and that's Flax, bigging up E Ross. Big up yourself every time to dapping. Peter translating and sing my favorite English song, the Haitian Creole, helps me learn new words and pull the old ones I kind of forgot. And yeah, she does that a lot. Bro, Spanish, yes. Creole, bro, Haitian Creole, bro. I know Kisa. I know a couple things, but bro, Haitian Creole. But I'm gonna learn it for my wife, because sometimes I think when she mad at me, she be saying stuff, and I be like, "That don't sound good. It don't sound good. I know you saying stuff under your breath." But yeah, I love when she speaks Creole, man. When my wife speaks Creole, it's like, I mean, I like languages. I like languages and accents. So yeah, when she speak Creole and stuff, yeah, that's it. That's it for me. So yeah. Gooner Rican, if you could make it big at any club as a footballer, which would it be, in what position? No English teams. If I could make it big at any club, no English teams, it'd probably be Sevilla, man. As much as, people would say that they love Real Madrid or they would love to play for Juventus or Barcelona, I've been in Sevilla on a European night, I've been in Spain on a European night for Sevilla. I've never watched them actually play in Europe, which is sad. But I've watched them play, against Real Madrid. I've watched them play against smaller teams like Cordoba. And walking out to the raucous of the Estadio Sanchez, Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan, like it would be amazing to me, man. It'd be amazing, especially to get them to a point where they can compete. I would love that. Position. Now, my body composure, like my body composition, would mean that I am probably a defender, or a defensive midfielder. If I could actually run, I'd probably be a center. I mean, I'm like Lissandro, bro. I'm not that tall. I'm like 5'10". So I wouldn't be like imposing. So I'd probably be a defensive mid if I could. Just kind of help win the ball and recycle. But if you told me I could be like 6'4" and any position, yeah, I'd be a striker, bro. Of course. So yeah, that's what it'd be. But I love Sevilla, man. Even Betis, who are rivals, I get it. I feel why they do what they do. I'm Sevillista, but yeah, man, I love Sevilla. It's one of the first clubs that I actually. Sevilla is the first ever club football match that I went to, and I went there twice. That's why it will always have a special place for me. I've been fortunate enough to watch Sevilla versus Arsenal at the Emirates in a European night, and I just love we battered them, but I just love how hearing them sing and the song like Sevilla, Sevilla hasta la muerte, like Sevilla till I die, like it's beautiful to me, man. It's always been beautiful to me. But yeah, if I wasn't gonna be Sevilla, and I couldn't be like a Spanish team, then it'd probably be Inter Milan, because I feel like the San Siro would be an amazing place to play. Inter Milan. But yeah, hope that answers your question, Blacks. Translating lyrics is another good way to learn. Yeah, man. Stop telling me in Benito business. Yeah, man, you probably watching it now. You popping in and just watching it every 5 seconds. Gyration in a location. Yeah, man. Listen. You know what's crazy? Bro, you know what's crazy? I used to play Bad Bunny all the time because I loved Debbie Tiradas My Photos. Like, I love that album because it reminds me of my childhood growing up in Hialeah, growing up around my Puerto Rican grandma and my aunts and stuff. Like, it reminds me of the music that they listened to and the way they spoke to me. And even like the club bangers, like my uncle used to have parties in the middle of the week and he'd play some of those. So, yeah. For me, that album was everything. So I used to play that all the time. And then she'd be like playing it along with me, right? And I'd be like, oh, you getting tired of it? She's like, no, I like it. But then the Super Bowl happened, and she listening to it more than me. I was like, oh, okay. She's like, oh, play this in the car. And then, she vibing. I said, okay. All right, cool. I was like, if, a little meat shaking had to get you, into the Spanish, it's just something I got to deal with, I guess. Flavour said there's a new book called Black Arsenal about Arsenal and Black British culture, which is supposed to be good. I heard that as well, and I have it in my other cart. I haven't bought it yet because I got some really good books on offer. But that is definitely one that I'm looking out for because that's part of the reason why I chose this club, because of their history with Black players, their history with. I'm a flashy guy, man. You know what I'm saying? Not on purpose. But like I said, I'm from Miami. We like the bright colors. We like the chains. We like the golds. Like that's just our culture, really. So like seeing guys like Ian Wright, before he became a top Gooner, seeing some of the greats, Rocky Rollcastle, Thierry Henry, Patrick Vieira, Black guys who dominated football, and became some of the best. Then that for me is also what drew me to the club. So yeah. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna read that. Hold on. But adding that to the cart. Yeah, add that to the cart. Big up, Gavin. I see you in there. Black said, I heard Sevilla beautiful as well. Maybe rub shoulder with Ramos. Yeah, that'll be Pete. Listen, Sergio Ramos, right? And I shouldn't like him because he played for Real Madrid, and you know he was what is considered a dirty player. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. Even though I don't like Real Madrid, like if I had to choose between Real Madrid, I would choose Barca because I like being a rebel. But Sergio Ramos he's my favorite defender of all time, bro. And I like Puyol as well. But Sergio Ramos he's like Gabriel, score a goal, you know, do some dark arts. He got red card, you know, sometimes, but he was that kind of linchpin. He was the solid rock in defense for Real Madrid. And if you want to hear something, if you want to hear him talk about it, he's actually got a song. He's like a singer as well, apparently. But he's got a song called Cibeles, in which he talks about how he felt when Real Madrid got rid of him. He felt as though he gave all to the club and he was one of their greats, and they kind of bend him, which I get. They did the same thing to Carlo Ancelotti. It's just how Real Madrid are. But with a guy who basically he gave up Sevilla to go to Real Madrid, which it's kind of like going from, I wouldn't say going from Tottenham to Arsenal, but it's, you know, Sevilla were trying to aspire to be better, and he went and he became the cornerstone for the Real Madrid team. So you had some people in Sevilla who may not have been happy with that. And so he kind of forewent being great in Sevilla for being great in Real Madrid. And I think when you've done that and you've been with a club for so long and they just discard you, when you've kind of given up your family home for them, I think hurts a little bit. So yeah, if you guys want to listen to music, just listen to Cibeles. He talks about it. But yeah, just random tidbit. The Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan beautiful stadium. Yeah, they changed the outside of it. When I went, they didn't have like the whole kind of mesh thing on the outside. It was just old. It was beautiful. And it's a smaller stadium. But where it is, it's like in the heart of the city. And like when a match happens, you can feel the heartbeat. It's beautiful, man. Sevilla is the reason I got into club football. I'd always watched country football, you know, national teams. But when I went to Sevilla, bro, my heart was beating for football. And ever since then, I've been addicted, bro. I've been addicted to football. So Sevilla is to thank for that, honestly. But yeah, Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan is an amazing stadium. I love it. So yeah. 5'10" and stocky. You could do the Wayne Rooney thing. Yeah, bro. Be with the grandma too, apparently. But yeah. Wayne Rooney still got it too, man. I saw him in like a charity game. He still got it, bro. Class is permanent. It's like Ronaldo, bro. OG Ronaldo. Like, he's a little pudgy, but he still got it, bro. He still got them knees knock, but he still got it, bro. You just don't lose that kind of class. So yeah. Big up, Gavin. E-Rod said, always one uncle you want to hang with at the cook. Yeah, man, it's always one. He's just cool, man. You just know that guy. Like, and I feel like Ian Wright, before, you know, he started working for the club, I feel like he'd have been great to work, you know, to hang out with. I think he'd have been cool. But yeah, Black said, Ramos is my favorite type of captain. Hard defender that'll slide for you quick if you get stepped on. You heard some of his music is decent. Yeah, Cibeles, I love it, bro. I love Cibeles. I love that song. I have it on repeat. I think it's nice. I didn't think he was a singer. I didn't know, but yeah, man, I love Sergio Ramos. And Quadra says, I think Sergio Ramos is one of the most overrated players ever of all time. He ain't even in my top 10. It's preference, man. He might not be in your top 10. But what you can't deny is the fact that that man was a stalwart for some of the greatest Real Madrid teams we've ever seen. Like that can't be denied. Whether he's, you know, your cup of tea or not, it is what it is. But he's a great. He might not be in your top 10, but I guarantee he's got to be in the top 20. If you're talking about greatest defenders of all time, he's got to be close, close to it. So yeah, but it's all preference, man. I never knock anybody's preference. If you're not your top 10, it might just be preference. And there's some ballers that aren't in my top 10 that might be in other people's top 10s. It is what it is. So yeah, I get you. Big up Quadra. Big up Gavin. People said R9 at Milan was a baller still. Yeah, man. Well, from what people say, Ronaldo, phenomenal, was one of the best strikers I've ever seen. I didn't see like him at his heyday. Now, I always talk about this, bro. The best player that I've ever seen on TV, right? Because I haven't seen many in person, but the greatest player I've ever seen on TV that I've watched with my own two eyes, Ronaldinho, Gaucho. That guy, bro, he made football look like it was just something he could do with his eyes closed. Like the things he did, like just nutmegging bro, just Dino was different, bro. I don't know how to explain it. Like Dino for me is one of the greatest players I've ever seen, bro. And I love Messi. I've seen Messi as well. I watched Messi. I think Messi would be, behind him as far as, doing things with the ball. But Dino was different level, bro. Ronaldinho for me is one of the best players I've ever seen play football. I don't know, bro. I can't explain. And like I said, I buy players that I like. I have kits that I love. I love Zlatan as well. It hurt me when he went to Manchester United. But Zlatan, I just love his no fear attitude, bro. And maybe that's what I like about Sergio Ramos as well, man. Just no fear. I ain't scared of no man. And then you look at like some of the players we got in the Arsenal team, and they soft. And not just Arsenal, bro, in football. Like Neymar rolling around and stuff. Like, bro, no, man. Get up and play, bro. I watched Messi get kicked all over the joint and just still get up and go, bro. Like, and then we started getting soft and they got kicked and went down, and now he's starting getting kicked. Now he's Inter Miami doing all that, getting kicked and falling around. So yeah, bro. But Eross said the architecture is fantastic, not only in Spain but in England. All I kept doing when I was in England is take pictures like a typical tourist. Eross, where are you? Where are you in the world? If you guys aren't in the UK, where are you? I just want to know. And even if you are in the UK, tell me where you are. You ain't gotta tell me the exact city if you're afraid, but you can tell me where you are. But yeah, man. Spanish architecture, and it's the thing, right? And I think that part of me liking Spain so much is being Puerto Rican, being from Miami. Florida used to be owned by the Spanish way back when, but because there's such a Latin influence, you get people from Cuba and Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic. You get so much of the architecture and the culture and the vibe. So, going to Andalusia, like, when I lived there, it felt like home to me. It felt like familiar. There were differences. Of course, Spain is different than the Caribbean, but there were similarities in how people kind of conducted themselves and how they love families. Like I used to live next to my landlord, and she would come and she would bring like donuts and wine and pastelitos and like she'd bring me things like she'd speak to me when you came out. So yeah, like it, the culture of being like family but with friends, it like that for me was familiar. So as far as the culture and of course the architecture, I think the amazing thing about being in the UK is as an American is like when you go walk, like there's down the street, like there's like a little chapel, and you look at it and it's like, oh, this chapel was from 1762, and you just like maybe not not that one, but what I'm saying, like when you go to the UK or when you're in the UK, you're like, oh yeah, this was erected in 1619, and you're just like, bro, it's older than my country, and people just walk into it. they're still using it as a cathedral or as a pub or as this and that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, bro, it's amazing. So I like that kind of stuff, man. More Dappins going around, as views would say. Ronaldinho is my goal for sure. Bro, best player I've ever seen with a ball, man. And as Eros said, Rey de Selección, Ronaldinho. Yeah, Dino. Crazy. I really love that Messi would just get back up and keep running. He's too old now, so he got when he's with Inter Miami, bro, he get touchy going down. But I get it. He's he late 30s, early 40s. Like you got to do that. You know what I'm saying? But bro, early Messi with the locks and just like you be like, dang. And you know what, too, bro? Ronaldo, Cristiano. I have had the pleasure, the privilege, if you will, of actually seeing Cristiano play for Real Madrid in person versus Sevilla. I allegedly snuck into that game. Allegedly. I may have paid somebody some money and they got me into the game. I can neither confirm or deny. However, I was there, and I remember I think it was Unai Emery as well. And Sevilla were, going for top 4. They're playing great football, and we would score, and then Ronaldo would pick the ball up, come back, rinse 2 dudes, and score. And I think the match finished 3-2. And I remember coming out of that match, and I was in awe. Like, even though we lost, the stadium was jumping. Everybody was still hyped. They knew that, we're going against one of the greatest Real Madrid teams we've ever seen. But we took them to the end. And that, for me, was amazing, the atmosphere. And that's part of the reason I fell in love with Sevilla. That's part of the reason that I fell in love with football. Because I was like, bro, these guys are losing. And they're still hyping their team because they know they shouldn't even be in the game if you looked at it on paper. But they're going toe-to-toe. So, yeah. Big up DG2. He said, big up Gooner Rican chat. I love Ronaldinho too, him and R9. Yeah, bro. Rivaldo, Roberto Carlos. Like, yeah, bro. Amazing. Amazing, bro. And the thing is, too, bro, like, I don't want to be like a football pessimist, but I don't think we'll ever see that again. I don't think we'll ever see players like that again. Like, you got the Mbappe's, and Mbappe's got talent, but, bro, Mbappe doesn't have half as much talent as those two. But he's one of the greatest players in football. You look at Jude Bellingham, Harry Kane, bro. Them guys, Harry Kane, great striker. He don't got half the talent that R9 had, bro. But that's just how we are now. That's how football is now. I always say I'm on the South Coast, but mine is on the Jamaican beach. Mine too. Mine too. Right? Mine too. Jamaica, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. Jamaican beaches are so nice, though. So nice. I love the Jamaican people. I went to Jamaica a couple years back now. Amazing. Great food, great vibes, and just good people, bro. Good people. Also, my mother-in-law is Jamaican. My father-in-law is Jamaican. My wife is part Jamaican. So, yes, I've been inducted into the family. I have to keep drinking water because, I waffle a lot and my throat goes dry. So that's how it is. So Gavin's in, bigging up DG2. Eros says, I'm in between Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, Maryland in Annapolis. See, in Annapolis. Isn't Annapolis where the Navy Academy is? United States Navy Academy is in Annapolis, I'm pretty sure. I always watch the Army-Navy game. Love it. Love the Army-Navy game. I love the Navy. So, I like the the uniforms look good. But I also like the military tradition and heritage. And especially when it comes to the Army-Navy game and having coached American football for the Royal Navy in the UK. I definitely love it. I pay more attention to it, but yeah. Yeah. So I love Nate. I know Annapolis. Yeah. Gooner, if you want to hear the best commentary, Messi, YouTube, Ray Hudson. I think I've heard this before. But I'm gonna star the chat so that I can look at it later and I can remember. But yeah, I think I remember hearing that one. Black said allegedly smoking. Yeah, allegedly. I don't know if the statutes and limitations are up, but allegedly. The games with football are so good you don't even care that you lost. Those moments are amazing. I've seen two matches in Spain that the team that I was supporting or there for lost. The first one was that match. The second one was Atletico Madrid versus Villarreal at the old Vicente Calderon, the old stadium. And what I did, bro. You know what's crazy? I don't even know what possessed me to go. We were in Madrid, but I don't know what possessed me to say, you know what, let's go watch a match. But I said, let's go watch a match. And the old Vicente Calderon, it had a street that led up to kind of like, most Europe, but that street that led up to it, and they closed the street off. And the Atletico Madrid fans were loud, and everybody was there, and they were singing. And you walked up to the stadium, and it was kind of in the middle of the town. It was one of those old school stadiums, right in the middle of Madrid. And you walk there, and you I can feel the culture. And I remember going there, and I remember we sat near the heavens, and I remember the stands being so steep, they were steep. My wife was holding on to rail for dear life because those stairs were so steep. But I remember sitting there, and you could see they were tiny. They were probably this big, but I remember just the atmosphere losing, and they were losing, but they were just Madrid. And it's funny because now we're going to play Atletico Madrid in the semifinal, which I think would be amazing. But yeah, it was one of my best experiences. They lost to Villarreal, but it was a great experience. That I went through, the trophy, and yeah, man, I did all of that. And then they moved from Vicente Calderon to the Metropolitano, which is where they are now. And it's crazy because the Calderon was in the middle of Madrid, and the Metropolitano is near the airport, which is kind of on the outskirts. But they needed to move. They were getting a little bit bigger, and yeah, man. But I'm glad that I got to experience one of those matches. The next one I want to experience before they move is the San Siro. I'd love to get a match to watch Inter or AC in the San Siro. So yeah, I would love that. Kylian Mbappe was one of the problems at PSG and won the UEFA Champions League. Yeah, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. With that, I feel like PSG and Mbappe is when you with a girl and you bro, I could do better than you. I could do better. I can do better, man. But this girl cooks for you. She takes care of you. She does everything that you need. You're bro, I don't need this. I could do better. And then you leave for what you think is the better girl. And yeah, she's cool. She's great. And then you see your ex out there with good dude. She got her nails done, hair done. She look nice. And then you just kind of bro, I can't believe this. I can't believe it, bro. You left without me. So yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, man, they out here winning, and he's still waiting because he's the problem, and he can't realize that he's the problem. Same thing with Neymar. Neymar went to PSG, they didn't win anything. Barca kept winning. You're the problem, bro. Your ego is the problem. This is the thing that I've learned about sports, right? The best players move their ego aside to win. Right? The best players move their ego aside. Tom Brady could have had the biggest ego in history, but he moved it aside. One with New England said, we don't need you. He said, okay, I'll go to Tampa Bay, the historically most losingest franchise in the NFL, and I'll just deliver a title. And then I'll ride off into the sunset. He always put his ego aside. Dwayne Wade, love that guy. Put his ego aside. He could have told LeBron, this is my team. I'm the main man. He talks about it. He said, no, bro, I had to be the sidekick. I knew I could have been the main character, but if I wanted to win, I had to be the sidekick. And he was, and they won 2 titles. You can be the greatest player in the world, but you can't be, and look at Ronaldo right now. Cristiano. The man ain't won nothing where he is because he's got to be the man. He's got to be everything. Everything's got to go through him. That doesn't work. Messi played with some greats. Neymar. He played with Neymar. He played with Suarez. They knew he was the man. But he was humble. He kept going. And when Neymar wanted to be in his shadow, when Neymar wanted to get out of his shadow, he moved. But they kept winning, you didn't, bro, because of your ego. That's my opinion. So, yeah. It's one of the best football games in the country. Yeah, the Army-Navy game, I love it. I try to watch it. It's one of the few non-University of Miami matches that I actually watch. Is the Army-Navy game. I love it. And I always go Navy. Always go Navy. That's why what I want to do in the future is I actually want to do Army-Navy watch along with Taryn, because Taryn's was in the Army and I like the Navy team. So it'll be like, because I coach for Navy, it'll be like an Army-Navy type thing. One of these days, man. But you know what? American football is so long to watch along. Like 4 hours to watch along. Y'all gonna have to love me, bro, for me to do that. Pia said, big up Maryland, my home state. Oh, a lot of Maryland in the house. Big up Maryland. We talked about the Ravens. I like the Ravens. Man, like Gooner Rican TV, bro. Yes, that's me. Go O's, the Baltimore Orioles. I don't even want to talk about baseball, bro. I used to like baseball. Baseball used to be one of my top 4 sports. But the Florida Marlins, which are now the Miami Marlins, they're just an embarrassment to me. They are what I hope Arsenal don't become. They won, they got rid of everybody, and they started being a business club. And once they started being a business club, they don't win anything, and nobody wants to go watch them. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen with Arsenal. Mbappe waited too long to go to Madrid. Yeah, he probably should have already left, but I think Mbappe needed a big brother or someone to say, bro, you can't be the main man. You got to slow down. Like, you can be the main man, but you have to, like you said, Henry moved his ego aside so much. He love assistant. Man played left back at Barcelona, still cook. Mbappe ain't playing left back. Love Mbappe, though, rate him. He's a great player, man. He's a great player. But like you said, sometimes great players got to move their ego aside. Great players got to play alongside great players. Like Dwayne, and I always use Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade is a top 3, could be the 3rd best shooting guard we've ever seen in the league, in the NBA, behind Jordan and Kobe. He could be the top 3. Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade played in an NBA championship with a prime, entering his late prime, Shaq, and dominated. Took it over, said, give me the ball. But he was in his prime. He was in his prime. And you know what he said? He said, LeBron is the face of the league. LeBron is a big player. I could be the main man. But I'll put my ego aside and we'll go win championships. And they did. Sometimes you got to, bro. You say, I'm just winning this year, though. Yeah, probably. But, I mean, how long has he been there? Finally winning. Mbappe wanted to lead PSG to win the Champions League with Real Madrid and has failed to do so. Yeah, man. Have they even gotten to a final since he's been there? No, because we beat them. Real Madrid. 2 goals. I wish I'd have been there. It was a great opportunity. Great experience. Kylian Mbappe is still one of the problems at Real Madrid. He is. But I'm Mbappe's lawyer, bro. My response is he needs to play left wing, so we got to bend that Vinny guy. He's a fraud. Hey, man, if they do bend him, please bend him over to Arsenal Football Club. If if they're planning on benning Vinicius, then yeah. He said Mbappe is a left winger, not a center forward. Yeah, maybe when one of them leaves, we'll see different. But the thing with Real Madrid as well is they have to allow the coaches to coach. Ancelotti had that because Mbappe can't talk to Ancelotti. You can't talk to Ancelotti like you can talk to, what's his name, Xabi Alonso. You can't talk to him like that. Carlo would say, "Go sit down and shut up. I got more Champions League in my back pocket than you have in your entire career. Sit down." But once they moved on from Ancelotti, then he's got a bigger voice. Quadra says Vinicius Jr. is a bum. Some people still try to compare Vinny to Neymar, by the way. In my opinion, Neymar definitely clears Vinny. Neymar, his prime was one of the greatest, but he had the same issue. Ego, bro. Ego and flopping around like a fish. Annoying. As talented as he was a flopper. Now I like it. 100%, bro. I don't know why every club tried to treat Mbappe like CR7. Not everyone can go from left wing to striker. Ronaldo's different, but Ronaldo worked hard. As much as people talk about Ronaldo's ego and how kind of pompous he looks, Ronaldo worked hard. He was willing to work hard and work hard and work hard for the team. So yeah. Of course, man, Toni Kroos, the only reason Vinny cooked, he put on a plate for him every time. Toni Kroos, amazing. Luka Modric, amazing. Bro, and this is the thing. See, this is when I came up and I was watching like 2016, 2017, you had Toni Kroos, you got Luka Modric, you got Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets. You know what I'm saying? You had midfielders, you have ballers, bro. Ballers in the midfield. And now I got, Zubamendi. But yeah. But yeah, see, this is what the community is. Thank you all for stopping by. If all of you are subscribed, which is great, because I'm hoping that subscribers only was on. But if you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button. It's free. But yeah, this is the part where we get into kits, man, and I want to show you guys some of the ones that I picked up, because you know me, I'm a kit merchant. That is what I am. Give me a second to gather them. And like I said, if you're new, if you got any questions, if you got any other questions, I'm here for another hour. So yeah, man, let's chat. Let's chat. Let me. Oh, my computer froze. It's done me. So I'm using a laptop still, and I know they said don't use the laptop because the laptop gets hot and it be dying. But sorry, it's what I got. So and then of course I do want to get into, and I said we do talk about Arsenal a little bit, but we talk about Arsenal in terms of kits. Just so I got the right thing. So I bought some Sevilla kits because Sevilla, as you know, are my second team. And the kits that I have, I've bought two. I've actually got another one, but I had to go pull it out the thing. So these are brand new. So I bought this one, which is the 24-25 third kit. And I love this because it's black for one, which is not really a shirt that you should probably use for summer, but I love it. But it's also got the gold crest. Love the gold crest. And then this is supposed to be like the flamenco pattern from like Feria. But yeah, fly. What I did learn about Castor is they're a little bit tight. I usually wear extra large and Adidas, and I got an extra large in these. and bro, it was skin tight. It made me feel like the old Puma kits, and I was like, all right. But so this is extra large, but yeah. So I bought this one. I love the severe kits. Hold on, looking at the thing. I've seen some people pop into the chat. Hold on. Still talking about Neymar. Of course, Tony Cruz, the only reason. Yep. Vinny should just give away to Tony Cruz. Vinny robbed of the 2020. Yeah, he's definitely robbed of the 2024 Ballon d'Or. Big up Views in the house. Stopping by, gracing me with his presence. I swear, man, that Ballon d'Or went to the right person. Black and red, the gold crest is clean. I can't lie. Yeah, bro, I love it. And everybody bigging up Views for stopping by, and Views bigging up everyone as well. So thank you. And if you haven't already, which I probably know you do because Views is an absolute legend, make sure you subscribe to his channel as well. And Quadra year round, put his link in the joint as well. And anybody who has a channel who isn't subscribed to each other, go on and hit that. You know, that's how we do. So, but yeah, that was the first one. My first severe jersey that I just bought. And the second one is from that season, from the same season. It's the away kit. But I bought this one in a 2X because, you know, I learned my lesson. So, yeah. One thing I will talk about, though, and you guys saw the other one, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of the new La Liga patch crest thing. I think it's lazy, bro. I think it's lazy. The old La Liga, I get where it's easier. We just slap it on there. But the old La Liga crest, bro, I got time for it, and I love it. And I wish that they kept it around. But this one's got the JD Sport because they got JD Sport. They had JD Sport as a sponsor. But this one, I don't know if you guys can see it. It's got like a very subtle pattern. And the crest in kind of a navy bluish, purplish. Yeah, but yeah, this is away kit, and I love this one. This one will probably be I'll add it to my collection of the holiday shirts. But yeah, I love this one, and I have to get the other two. Give me 2 seconds because I forgot to bring them, and that's on me. All right, so I'm back. And Black said, yeah, that patch crest is a bit too simple. I can't lie. The kit brand remind me of Aston Martin. Yeah, bro, it's just lazy. Lazy. So the next one, I've got two more. Well, I've got another severe kit. And this one is the goalkeeper kit. From I believe it's 20. I believe this was 23, 24. If I'm not mistaken. But it's an all black joint. And it's got a Sevilla in color. Because I do love a black kit, bro. And it's got kind of the piping as well. These don't have the La Liga crest on them. And to be fair, the La Liga crest on this one is a print on anyway. So a couple of washes will probably come off. But yeah. I like this. I like this joint, bro. And I don't think it's on the back, but on the front, goalkeeper kit. Yeah, bro. I feel this with some black slacks, some white shoes. Yeah. But yes, that's my Sevilla haul. So I got 3 new Sevilla kits because I realized that I looked in my closet and the only I have old ones, but they're a little bit smaller. And now that I'm following Sevilla once again, I do want to go on holiday in Spain and show off my Sevilla pride. So yeah, let's get back to some comments. Share the lives, yes please. Next stop 500. Yep. And as I said, if you aren't subscribed to views, go over there and hit subscribe, man. If I can get them 2 more viewers, then I've done my due diligence. All right. All black kits are valid every time. View says that's dope. Black always. Yeah, bro. Like so I'll show you guys this one. It's not a new kit, but I had it because I go through my kits periodically. But this bad boy right here. This is one of my favorite Arsenal collections or whatever. This right here. I love this shirt so much. I've only worn it once. I've only worn this shirt once. Just because I don't want anything to... Yeah, this bad boy here, bro. So it's the Ian Wright kit. As you can see, it was the pre-match shirt from a couple years back. You got the 8. You've got him up front doing his dance. I think you got David Seaman on there. Yeah, he is. You can see him. So yeah, you got the gold tooth in there. Like, this is one of my favorite shirts that I own. So yeah, it's old, but it's one of my favorites. A black kit is always there for me. White stripes on the collar and the patterns on the front are clean. Yeah, bro, it's nice. View said, wow, that's nice. Yeah, man, it's just something that's crazy. I got that in Sports Direct. Like, it was sold out everywhere else. I walked into Sports Direct and all they had was extra large left, and I was like, it's meant to be. So I bought it. But yeah, he said gorgeous kit, reminds me of Dashiki. Yeah, bro, it's like his heritage kit, and I really like it. So that's another one from the collection. Let me see. But yeah, it's one of the ones that that I like. And the next one is actually a women's kit, or a men's version of the women's kit. From I think 2023, 24. But yeah, give me a second. So this one I just bought as well, Spain kit. This is from the women's team, and as you can see, it's got 2023 World Champions. I'm pretty sure this is from the Women's World Cup. Pretty sure. But I saw this one as well. And it's when Spain first started doing their new kind of badge thing. But yeah. This one, as you can see, is definitely going to be a holiday kit. This one right here. This one I am definitely wearing on holiday. Yeah, my computer's bugging. Give me a second. It's going in and out. It doesn't like me. But yeah, I hope you guys still around. I hope it hasn't kicked you guys. But yeah, this one I like. The colors are kind of interesting, but it looks like pastel. If you guys ever seen what's the name of that song? Oh God. Is it Gautier? Somebody that I used to know? This looks like his face. Now I'm with somebody that I used to. When he starts painting his face, that's what this kid looks like. That's what it reminds me of. So, but yeah, it's got the crest on it when they won as well. So I like it. And it was cheap, man. I think it cost me about 20 pounds. So 25, I think it cost me. So yeah, bro, I like that one. And my final new kit that I've purchased, I found it for the cheap. You guys know that I like a crazy kit. Black said, nice colors, gotta love a trophy badge in the middle. Yeah, man. I wish I could find I wish I could see an Arsenal one. But yet here we are. Last kit that I bought, of course, an Arsenal kit. We can't talk about Arsenal kits without, we can't talk about kits without Arsenal kit. Now, the reason I got this one for cheap, and the reason I got it for cheap, you guys who are fans of the club will know. All of you old Arsenal fans, you probably know who that is. I had to look him up. I didn't know who he was. And I also found out he didn't wear the number 7. He wore the number 21, I believe. But this kit cost me about 40 pounds for an actual, an actual kit. And the reason it was 40 pounds is because it had an unofficial number and unofficial name. But for me, did not care, bro, because I wanted the kit itself. But yeah, that's one of the new ones. Yep. Always have to add an Arsenal kit. And I think this one's $98.99. So there we go. That's this week's kits. I bought all of those. I bought the Arsenal one a couple weeks ago, but the other Sevilla ones and the Spain one, the 3 Sevilla ones came in today. Like they literally came in before I started the screen. And the other ones came in yesterday. But yeah. Marte, Sporting graduate. Yep, that's what I read as well. He's from Sporting. Young guy. And big up Karma for stopping by. Thank you. But yeah, those are the kits that I bought. And if you missed them, I'll do it really quickly. Added to my Sevilla collection. Goalkeeper kit, which I think is super clean. I've got so many kits. And see how my wife has disappeared? She always disappears when I talk about kits. Except when she comes back and says she wants to sell them. So the third shirt. And then the away shirt as well. Let's see, I told you I just got them. They still got the tag on. But yeah. So yeah, that's my shirt haul. Don't. And she said, "Did you get a Celtic kit?" No. I tend to get kits for places that I bought. I mean, that I've lived or visited. So my kits are typically stop that. They're from places that I visited or places that I've lived. So they're typically from Andalusia, where I used to live. And I will go through the Spanish kits. That will be another stream. So you'll probably see those again on the next time that I do an actual kit Waffle House. But I just wanted to show the new kits that I got. This wasn't a kit show, it's a community show that I was talking about. But yeah. Celta, I haven't been to Celta. I have not been to the north of Spain as of yet, but I do want to go because I watched a documentary about kind of like rivalries, and Celta Vigo was on there. Deportivo La Coruña was on there. Sevilla was on there. Mallorca, Tenerife. So there's a lot. So yeah. Model them from. I will later. Your wife is paying attention. Eyed up the vibe, bro. Eyeballing. Listen. If I come on here and I say I can't find the kit, it's probably because she done dipped it. But you know, my wife doesn't sell my kits. You know what she does? I'll have a shirt, and then we'll be going out somewhere, and she'll put it on and say, "Oh, I thought this was mine." I'm like, come on, broski. You thought that was yours, really? So I started buying her own kits, but then she don't wear the ones that I bought for her. They have to be mine. Like, she doesn't wear the ones I bought. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It must be a lady thing. When is the next kit show anyway? That is a good question. I'll be honest with you guys. The next show could be next week. Next week, Wednesday. If we get pumped, I was going to do a midweek Mazda. If we get pumped in the midweek, I need something to get my mind off of us getting dish rags. So it could be next Wednesday. Make sure you have your notifications on. Look out for it because they will pop up. But the next kit show that I will do will be my Spanish kits. Because I have a few. I was going through it the other day, and I have a few that I forgot that I actually owned. So yeah. Diabolical. Maybe she thought they were hers. My client is innocent. She would never steal. Yeah, she stole my heart and my shirts every now and then. But yeah. She said, see, check my Vinted. I have a few listed. I believe it. If I come up, they're gonna, you know, if you guys see me and I'm crying, it's because she sold my kids. Big up Gooner Rican. Big up Suge. Big up Suge. Thank you for stopping by. But yeah, man, like when it comes to kits, Karma, I usually get kits from, you know, place I visit. So we went to Tenerife. I couldn't find one. But you know, if I go to a place, and especially big up Suge. Yep, big up Suge. And said, right, yours is ours and all that stuff. But they said, yeah. My shirts. She's worn this one as well. And she was like, oh, it's pink. I thought it was for me. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'll allow it. But yeah. And Suge and Gavin dapping up. But yeah, when it comes to kits, I usually go and buy those. So yeah. That's how it is with kits. But I do want more. I do want to get a couple more. I want to start collecting more Spanish kits. I won't get Real Madrid or Barcelona because, like I said, I'm Sevilla, and I won't get Betis as well. But I like getting the smaller teams. Like, I'd like to get Cordoba and Granada because I've visited those areas, and like the smaller ones. So yeah. Random question. Since I got 12 of you in the chat, do you guys collect anything during your travels? Like, do you guys collect, like when you go travel places, do you collect anything? Do you collect shirts? Do you collect shot glasses? What else? What else do you collect? Magnets, towels. I've seen someone who's actually collected towels. Like they go to like random beach destination, they collect towels. So yeah. And it's big up Sue. She said, I'm glad my missus hates wearing kits and knows nothing about football. She'd never wear my jersey. Listen, mine wouldn't know much about mine wouldn't know much about you know, kind of sports either. But if she likes it, she likes it. You know, if it catches her eye, she'll be like, I want that one. So yeah. Karma said statues and airport magnets for my mother-in-law. So me and my wife, we do magnets, shot glasses. I used to collect flags, but they become too big. So now I get football kits. It's a more expensive thing, but they're close to my heart. But yeah. But statues. What kind of statues, Karma? Like the little statuettes they have, like the little marble ones. What do they call them? The paperweights. I know they had some in Greece. My wallet buys me Pandora charms. Hello, everyone. My name is Mickey, Gooner Rican, and I'm the wallet. So yeah. But my wife and I, when we go places, they have a Pandora. Then we usually go into the Pandora to see if they have charms that correspond with the area. They used to do like heart charms, different places. Like they had Germany and Spain, and the UK. So I bought her those. But yeah, it's a little bit harder now because they want to be, commercial and mainstream. So it's a little bit harder to find charms that are specific to certain places. Like we got a gondola for going to Venice, and certain things for going to Rome. But yeah, but like I say, when I travel, I got to pick up some local clothing or airport souvenirs. Yeah, man, a little magnet. Local clothing, like yeah, like if you go to Mexico, you get a sombrero. Like you go certain places and you get the. I get that. I get getting those things, just to have as well because they're always a story. We put the magnets on the thing that you put over the stove, the vent. It's metal, so we just kind of put the magnets there, because they always fall off the fridge. But yeah, shot glasses, even though I'm not that big a drinker. But if when we had company, they're like, "Oh, you've been to these places," and yeah, and then football kits now. Football kits I like. Um, so yeah. Sue say he collects magnets and shot guys. Yeah, man. I feel like it's the cheapest, and it's always a conversation starter. Like somebody come over to the house, you got a magnet connection, magnet collection. They're like, "Oh, you've been there. Oh, you've been there. Oh, you've been there." You be like, "Yeah, I've been there." It gives a story. Pito is laughing. Yeah, bro, my wife is diabolical. All right, that's why I married her. My missus loves getting unique Pandora. She also gets unique spoons for a friend who's a spoon collector. Interesting spoon collector. My sister gets a different Starbucks mug. Yeah, Starbucks mugs, yeah, different. So yeah, that's interesting. Spoons is interesting as well. I know people, yeah, who collect the nice decorative spoons. That makes sense. Yeah. My late uncle used to collect, like, they were ceramic cows, but they were painted different. I don't know what it was behind, but he used to have a collection, and there was like, moon cow and whatever, but they were like ceramic cows, and he used to collect them. It was interesting. Funny enough, though, and honestly, my late uncle was the person who got me into football kits, and I didn't realize it until he passed away. Because like, you talk about certain things and you do certain things, and when he passed away, I didn't have. I wasn't making money. I was still young. I was still in high school. And then when I became an adult, I started collecting football kits, and I remember having a conversation with my aunt. And I was like, "Oh, I got this kid." She was like, "You just like your uncle." I said, "What do you mean?" She's like, "You don't remember his closet?" And I thought about it, and I was like, "My uncle used to do the same thing. My uncle used to do the same thing." And I realized that the reason I collect football kits is because my uncle used to do it, and he used to tell me about his. But it had been so long from when he passed to when I actually got enough money to buy my own football kits. I didn't realize that at the time, but that's what it was. Karma said, "I brought my cat back from Japan. She was homeless." You brought the whole cat? The whole cat. Interesting. Karma said it took months to get her cleared. What kind of cat is it? I'm curious now. Like, most people go to Japan and they get souvenirs. You said, "I love this homeless cat." Bring the homeless cat back. I'm like that too. That's why I don't have pets. Because I see like sad dogs, and you know what? Too, the last time we went to it wasn't Tenerife. It was Fuerteventura is what it's called, the other Canary island. Our hotel had like cat shelters, and they were like little igloos, and they had food and water, and it said, "Here's a cat shelter, for the stray cat." So yeah, we we saw the cats roaming around, and they just chill. But I love animals, so if I had enough money, I'd probably just have a farm. Because you know what? I love Highland cows. My wife thinks they look like little emo kids, but I just love Highland. They all have their own personality, and they just like kind of bobble. And I just love Highland cows. That's a random tangent. That's what we do at the Waffle House. We always go off kill, but yeah, that's what it is. And Black said shirts and keychains are nice ones to get. Yeah, man. See, I can't do t-shirts because I feel like after a couple wash, they're always like funky. But I feel like if it's football shirts, they retain their integrity. So yeah. Keychains, I wouldn't have nowhere to put them, man. Like I don't like even the keys I have for work. I don't like them being too clunky, even though they got all kind of stuff on them. And every now and then, I need all my keys because we got like the car key and the 2 keys for the house and key for this and key for that. But yeah, I wouldn't have too many keychains and stuff. But yeah, Black said whole cat is wild. I rate it though. Just a stray. Yeah. Yep. Hey, but that's good karma though, right? And that's good karma. Get it? Yeah. See what I did there? See what I did there? Only here at the Waffle House. And Black said, valid question, what breed of cat? I'm not getting another pet for my current cat. Too much damage. Emotional damage. Cats just like, I feel like dogs love you. Regardless, they love you unconditionally. I feel like cats are just waiting for your demise. Like they're plotting on you. Some cats are nice, but some cats are just like, feed me or else. Like dogs would be like, I love you even if you don't feed me. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, but with me and pets, I love my pets too much. And I feel like when they go before I'm ready for them to go, it hurts me. I think about the last couple, like I had a golden retriever named Midas. He died of old age. My baby Coco, who was actually my mother-in-law's dog, but she loved me. Ever since Coco met me, I don't know what I did to deserve her and earn her undying love, but she's my mother-in-law's dog for years. And when she saw me, like, bro, if my mother-in-law was in the house and I was in the house, my mother-in-law could walk around there with 5 treats. She wasn't leaving me. Like, she'd look at me and be like, you gonna go get me some of them treats or what? Like, she wouldn't leave me. And when I would leave the house, she would cry for me. Like, she would cry that I was leaving the house. I don't know why. I don't know what she'd do. And my wife was coming and said, actually, she was my dog. And when I moved with you, my mom wouldn't let me take her. But she loved me. So yeah, that's what it was. So yeah, I love and she died of heart failure. So yeah, after that, I was kind of broken for animals because I loved her to death. And I was just like, I don't think I could do it again. So every time I go away, I also come back with broken dreams and dislike for where I live. And you know what's funny? Funny that she commented right after. My wife loves living in England until we leave England, and then she's kind of like, I don't want to go back. And it's usually when we go to Spain, like we go to like the Canary Islands in Spain, or we travel to Portugal. She's like, I don't want to go back. Cause, bro, as much as I love the UK, it's cold, bro. It's cold and rainy. And like when you go to Spain, we lived in Spain for 2 years. So you live in Spain, and yeah, you get the rain, but it's warm rain. The beaches are beautiful. The alcohol is cheap. Like, it's nice. But you make more living in the UK. But yeah, bro. Like, when you leave Heathrow, bro, you're in great spirits. It's great. But when you come back to Heathrow or Gatwick, you're like, oh, it's raining. It's cold. You're like, why? So yeah, I get it. But Suze, I 100% agree. I 100% agree. Like, when you go somewhere else, you're like, bro, it's amazing. And then you come back and it's, yeah. And Black said, the funkier the shirt, the sweeter the mint. Yeah, true. You got some good shirts, man. You got some good shirts you can get. But yeah, I love things that evoke memories and just great moments. And yeah, they definitely have some funny shirts. Suge. Cats make you earn their love. That they do. Yeah, my wife hating. She always been hating on me and Coco's love, right? She became my dog, right? But yes. Sue said, son, it's a real problem. I went back to India for 7 weeks dealing with the death in the family. My condolences. And still wanted to stay when we came home. Yeah, man. I feel like, you know what's crazy? Speaking of Asia, right? My wife has been trying to get me to Thailand. She's been trying to get us to move to Thailand. I don't know what's in Thailand, like what's there that she wants, bro. She been trying to convince us to move to Thailand for like 2 years, bro. I'm like, we just moved to the UK. You just moved to the UK. She's like, yeah, but I want to go live in Thailand. So that's she's been slowly sticking in Thailand. I don't know what's in Thailand, but she definitely want to go. But yeah, big up, Suj. Karma said it's like living in Portland. Is that where you live, Karma? Portland? I thought about moving to like, Oregon, Washington, because I kind of like the rain, but I like warmer rain. Like I don't like UK it's not even real rain. It's like it's like misty wetness. I don't know how to describe it. It's and the thing with the rain in the UK, I feel like it seeps through your soul. Like you can have on a rain jacket, you can have on wellies, bro. When the rain gets into you, like when the rain gets into your cold, like your body, it, bro, it is so. I don't know how to describe it. I feel like the rain in the UK seeps into my bones, and it just makes my entire body hurt. But yeah, that's the only way I can describe it. Like I'm from Florida. I'm used to rain, right? But the rain happens, it's real rain. You're like, oh, this is so beautiful, this is great. And like in the UK, it's like even the rain is miserable, bro. Like, so yeah, that's how I feel. But big up Karma. UK is the island only in name. I mean, it technically is, but yeah, it's not the island we like. It ain't the Caribbean. It ain't, yeah. Black said, I heard Thailand is sound cheap to live as well. Suj says Thailand is a good place to move. I support this idea. Cheap sun, good food, better fruit, friendly people. Black said fake rain, Black said, yeah. And I said, forget the rain. People say we should move to Thailand. Are you seeing it? No, I'm legally blind. I can see barely. Suj, come on, man. You're not helping me out. You're not helping me out. Bali's on the list, bro. She been trying to get me to Bali as well. See, my wife, we moved to the UK, and like I mean, I'm not rich, but I make decent wage, and like I feel like every summer she like planning. She's like, listen, why don't we take like 2 weeks and we can spend like a week in Thailand, and we can go to Bali, we can go here and there. I'm like, bro, ski, how even from England, I feel like it's a trek. I feel like that's a travel. But she and now Suj is in there saying suggestions, Bali, Malaysia. But no, in all honesty, even Karma, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to go to Japan. Japan is on my list. Like, Japan has been at the top of my. I love anime. I used to read manga as a kid. I love sushi. I love the samurai. I love the cherry blossoms. I love history as well. So yeah, with that, yeah, Japan is at the top of it. I'm 33 now. I'm trying to go for my 35th birthday. So yeah, I would love. I would also love to go experience like Japanese football as well, man. Like to go see what football is like in Japan. I think it'd be a great thing. DG, Thailand full of scammers. Be careful out there. And Sue said, bro, I know whose side I need to be on. Yeah, you're a smart man, Sue. You're a smart man. I know. She 5'2" and mighty. That's all I say. I'm from Florida, not saying I'm above being scammed, but they have to work hard. Listen, not only are we from Florida, not only are we from Florida, we from South Florida, right? The scammer capital of they have to be this like scammer capital of the world. But yeah, just yeah. Because let me tell you, I got a story, bro. This is what the Waffle House says, right? I remember we were in Athens, right? And I got cornered by some dudes. Like, you know how like sometimes they have like the bands, like the handmade bands they try to put on. So I'm walking with my wife, and like it's a narrow corridor. And so I'm like, just walk in front of me, you know, so I can see you. We can walk straight, we'll be fine. Right. This guy talks to me, and the mistake I made is I looked at him. I should have just kept looking straight. But he said something and he looked. And next thing I know, this man got like a thing on me. And he's like, "Oh, you like that?" I said, "Yeah, it's all right. I got to go though." He's like, "Oh, no, it's all right. It's like, you like that?" And then he was like, "Okay, €3." I said, I don't have any money, broski. I was like, I ain't got no, because I don't carry cash. I do, but I don't. Right. My wife has the most secure bank in all of species, right? Ladies, you know, you got the most secure bank, right? You put your money there, somebody gonna have to work hard to get it, right? So that's where my money stays. But yeah, they caught me, bro. They caught me. She kept moving. I'm like, bro, come back and get me. So like they surrounded me. It's like 3 dudes, like, "Oh, you like that?" I'm like, bro, I need to go. Right. And they were trying to invite me to some rooftop party. I was like, no, thank you, my friend. But yeah, she just left me, bro. She left me. And then she eventually came back. She's like, we need to go. But yeah, I still got the band. I kept it. I'm like, bro, I'm not finna give you no money. I ain't got no money. But yes, trying to scam me, bro, on the trip. Sadness, pure sadness. You said they can work, but don't scam the tourists. I used to catch the J League game. Not a bad watch. Isn't that where Arsene Wenger came? Grampus 8. It came from the J League. Pretty sure. But yeah, I also, we already talked about this, but the Japan kids, love them. Karma said, "Mind the money conversion. My niece suckered me into buying her a Hello Kitty bag. It was $300. No. Yeah. See, and that's the problem. Like, I'll go over there and I'll be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? I'll buy. I'll be like, oh, I'll just buy a little bit, and then end up, you know, buying a whole, you know, molded samurai costume, and you know, like 3,000. I'll be like, what in the world's going on here? But yeah. Sue said, "Can I say Brisbane? We have the sun, rain, good quality life, high money. We get in the Olympics. Australia. Is it Brisbane? Brisbane. Is it Brisbane? I might have said that wrong. You know, I'm half cultured. So yeah. I want to go to Australia. I really want to go to New Zealand because I like the Lord of the Rings, and I just want to frolic around the Shire and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I really want to go. I remember when I was a kid, I may have been like 7 years old, 8 years old. I did a thing on Australia and the wallabies and the koalas, and the Aborigines. I remember the Aborigines. We had to do stuff on the Aborigines as well. So yeah, Australia's definitely on my list. But the thing with Australia, man, I feel like everything want to kill you. They talk about lift the toilet seat up to make sure a spider don't bite you in the hindquarters. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you see this, it might be a deadly snake, which makes your arm fall off. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like I have to go in bubble wrap if I go to Australia. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But yeah. DG2 said Prague is another place full of scammers. Be careful. Went there. They could not scam me. No, thank you. But I like Prague because Prague was a little bit liberal. I liked it. If you know, you know. But Prague was nice. Also like the astronomical clock. Man. I like history. I like good architecture, like we said before. So yeah, the clock thing was nice as well, man. I really enjoyed that. I escaped. You did it. Unscammable. You left me. But yeah. Karma's laughing. She said, "Just shake your head and keep walking. You messed up." Yeah, I made eye contact. That's on me. He said something, and instead of just being like, "Keep going," I said, "Huh?" And once I said, huh, I was surrounded, and my wife left me. I was like, dang, that's crazy. So yeah, she just dipped out on me. I was like, dang, bro, you just left me. But she came back though. She can't leave without me. She had all the money and stuff too, so you know, so I'd have been done for. My missus leaves me at the airport. She doesn't want to get caught at security. Like, listen, when my wife and I travel, I don't know what it is. We could be, I kid you not, we could be planning a trip for 3 months. Know when we gotta leave, what we need to take, where we're going. I guarantee you, I like to pack. So when it comes to traveling, I'm the early packer. I like to pack early. I like to get my stuff done. And then in the morning, because I usually have to wake up early because, you know, Heathrow, we live about an hour and a half away. So I got to get up, you know, drive and go through all that stuff. My stuff already packed. My suitcase is ready to go. My wife likes to just wait to the last minute and she'll be packing early in the morning. For some reason, every time we leave together, when we leave together, we have to run for the plane. Like every time we get our bags in 5 minutes before the check-in closes. We have to run to the gate every single time. This woman left to go to America without me. She went back home to America. I tell you, she has never been this early. We got there so early, the thing didn't even pop up. She didn't know what gate she was going to. She got through security so easy. I got there too. I said, why don't we ever do this when we travel together? No answer. I'm still waiting on the answer. But every time we travel together, and it never fails. You guys travel, right? Because we like to try Ryanair, because I don't like to pay a lot for airlines, because I'm only there for like an hour or two if in Europe. So I just need a budget, airline. So, but if you fly Ryanair, if you fly those cheap ones, they're never in the front of the airport. Like once you go through security, they're never the first 3 gates. They're always a gate in Narnia. There was a place in Gatwick Airport that I didn't know existed. That's how far we were from the actual gate. Like we did a check-in and like with conveyor belts, whatever else. And I'm like, bro, why are we still walking? I swear I've walked a mile at this point, right? And you could see we were the second to last gate. I was like, broski, every time. But not this time. This last time, she went to Heathrow 2 hours early. Crazy. But big up, Sush. Pat said, yes, I believe Wenger used to coach in the J League. Yeah. I want to go watch. Yeah. Sush said, that's why we tell tourists, especially Americans, we don't want the influx of. Oh, so you just tell us that everything is poisonous and we don't. So we don't go. It's worked with me. I listen. You can have, I promise. Big up, Jack, Mr. 305. What's good, Dopamine Rican in the Steam chat? Hey, Jack with the Dopamine Rican. I use that now. It's very nice. I like it. But big up, Jack. Prague taxes triple the taxi fee for tourists. The meter goes up real fast. $10 ride for $40. Listen, DG, right? I got a story for a lot of traveling, but this is why I don't like Paris, right? So I remember me and my wife went to Paris, and it was not my first time going to Paris, but it was our first anniversary. I took her to Paris. I surprised her. We went to Paris. This guy, and great thing we have GPS. We literally took a cab, and the cab should have only been like a 7-minute ride because I had Google Maps. I Googled it. This man, instead of going straight, and you could see that the way was straight, he went around the ring road, and then tried to go back around. I was like, bro, come on. It got to the point where we just like, let me out. We told him to let us out. We paid him, and then we figured our own way. And I will never, ever take a cab in Paris again. I'll take the metro. I'll never take a cab again. Because we looked at it, and it was only supposed to be like 10 euros to get there. Right? Because it was kind of far. And we wanted to get there in a timely manner. And this man drove all the way around, bro. Like all the way around. I was like, nah. And from that day, even when I travel now, a taxi is the last thing that I take. Good thing is you have Uber. Like Uber is great now. We went to Romania and we took an Uber to one of the spas, and you can actually see how you're paying. They can't bop you. But taxis, nah, you'll never catch me again, bro. Never. AJ said to somebody order British guy, big up, 17 likes. AJ the mod. Gooner Rican TV, huge congratulations on 479 subs. Thank you. That means I gained one. Whoever it was, I appreciate you for subbing. Yeah, I am 21 away now. I appreciate it. Hopefully we can get to 500 eventually, but it'll happen when it happens. Big up AJ. Jack said I'm packing 3 days in advance. Yeah, man, I try to pack in advance. Because I don't like to think about it, man. Because I'm the one who does the driving. My wife has a little bit of anxiety for driving on the left side. Obviously, we come from America. We're driving on the other side. So yeah, she has a little bit of anxiety when it drives. So I do the driving, especially at night to the airport because the roads are just funky. But yeah, so I'm the one who got to wake up early and drive. And yeah, man, this woman, she be in there with her little cup, with her phone, just being like this. And I be driving, trying. And you know what? If you ever been to the UK, man, I feel like the sat nav always gives you a country road. Like there's never a straight road. In America, I take I-95 straight to the airport. That I know. I hop on I-95, we going down. The airport will be there, bro. This thing always takes me left, right, center, everything, bro. So I be on country roads, not knowing where I'm going, having to look at the GPS. I'm looking at the GPS. I'm looking. She just on her phone, like, yeah, bro. So I try to pack early so that I can go and have my mentality. And I got to carry the bags as well. It just said big up Suge. Bali is beautiful. And because I had to carry my own bags this time, this is why she showed up early, because she actually had to carry her bags. Because I do that too. I do the driving and I'm the bag carrier. My wife, when my wife travels, bro, oblivious. She got a hoodie on. She got her phone in her hand, and whatever happens, happens. She got the tickets. I get the bags. I'm the chauffeur, the bag holder, everything, bro, on vacation. That's what it is. But I'd have it no other way. Big up DG2. Big up AJ. Big up AJ. He literally took us for a ride. Yeah, bro. I saw the scenic route in Paris. That's all I'm going to say. I saw the scenic route. It was amazing. But I'll never do it again. Sue said, I'll surprise my missus with business class tickets to India. Man, I'm always flexing, walking past people who walk straight. Listen, me? I like the back, right? I like the back. I like sitting with the peasants. That's that. I don't know. Now to caveat that, those shoes, if I was going to fly from the UK to Australia, yeah, we sit in business class. If I'm going to Japan, we sit. I will not be in coach for 14, 15. Nah, broski, no. No. No, thank you. DG said facts. I said I would have been drinking with my pinky up. Jack said shout out the pinky up. Yep. Passenger princess. Yeah, bro. My wife is the eternal passenger princess. When I tell you the passenger and the side seat driver as well, man. Slow down. Go fast. Everything, bro. Like driving Mrs. Daisy, bro. Sue said, Stone, I definitely did. It was on Singapore Airlines, so it was the great food. And oh man, I know that was good. I know that was. You know what? I would love to do, right? And I gotta win the lotto to do this. But the Fly Emirates, and I think Sue's put it at the bottom of the chat. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I seen the Fly Emirates joints, and I'm like, one of these days I want to have enough money, right, to where I can just take like a month off, and I want to fly Emirates, like the pod, like a 20-hour flight. Like that's how I want to be, right? Wait on me hand and foot, right? So yeah, that's how I want to be. But Yeah, that's how I want to be laid out in a pod watching. Oh, can I have another mimosa, please? Thank you. Can I have a gin and tonic? Thank you. Like that's how I want to be. But yeah. Sub the Karma. Yes, if Karma has a channel, so Karma does have a channel. If anyone has channels, put them in the chat, man. Let's grow the community. Right? Am I subbed? Hold on, time out. I have policed myself. I was not subbed. I have not subbed. My apologies. How dare me? Right? But yes, make sure you sub. And sub to all 45 of Fuse's channels if you can as well. He does different stuff. So like I think Views from the Bits, he talks about like gang wars and stuff, like different gang wars and historical things and stuff. But yeah. He talks about like industry beefs and gang wars and things that you need to watch out for. So I think it's very interesting. And then of course he talks about Arsenal when he doesn't have a headache. All of us Arsenal content creators are having a headache these days. But yeah, go sub to Views and sub to Karma as well. Jack said Mick is the chauffeur, and yeah, bro, I do everything. And there's Views' channels. Make sure you sub to those. I'm pretty sure all of you do. And yes, make sure you sub to Karma as well. Right. Help out our community. Big up, Quadra. Let's get some. Okay. My missus has the tickets and cash. I have the bags drive. Exactly, Sue. I tell you, she got the bank. She got the bank. She got the tickets on the phone and she keep the cash, right? And you know where she keep my wife is very blessed in the bosom department. So yeah, she just right. And I ain't got to think about it. And I know if somebody looking or touching, I got to beat them up because they're trying to take the cash. But other than that, listen, those things are like Fort Knox. They keep everything, pound notes, coins, everything. They're secure, right? So that's where the cash is at. I don't keep nothing in the pocket. That's not for me, right? But now that I've moved a year, I got like the side bag as well that I can put my wallet in if I need it. You know what I'm saying? And I tuck it under the jacket. UK thing. But yeah. But yeah, that's what I do. I do the bags drive. I make sure we get checked in on time. I help us to the gate. You know, I hold pillows and stuff, and that's what I do. I fly Emirates. Plane is comfy. Yeah, I heard it is, man. I heard Emirates is like 5-star resort of planes, man. That's what I heard. So I have yet to try it, but I definitely want to. Like I said, I want to have enough money to where I can take like a month off. Like when Arsenal go do a tour as well, I can go tour with them. Not just money, just not working for the NHS. So yeah, I gotta do that. But yeah. Sue says Jack Emirates is also comfy. Yes, it is. I heard. Jack said I'm 6'2" and I need my stretch room. Oh, y'all some tall peoples, man. I'm 5'10" and I need my stretch room. But mostly for my platform shoes. Because you know, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I like to be stretched out too, though. I like to be stretched out. I love the what they call it, the emergency exit rolls. Yeah, that's my joint right there. So she said, but tell them how you be when we get to our destination resort. Yeah, bro. Listen, once this is my thing, right? I have to be vigilant until we get where we're going, right? So I have to like make sure we got everything. I have to make sure everything's in order. We're safe. Once we get to the resort, bro, I ain't doing Nathan, right? When is food? How to get to the beach, right? Does the pool have a swim up bar? When I'm there, bro, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't holding no bag, nothing. I got my shorts on and my shades, and I just be like, I ain't doing nothing. I was like, can I have another drink? They're like, oh, you got to walk over to the drink thing. Do I? Is that a service? Yeah, bro. When we get to the resort, yeah, we go on excursions. I'll get back into the protection mode. But yeah, at the resort, I ain't doing nothing, not a thing. I paid for it, so you know what I'm saying. I'm a king when I get to the resort. But yeah, big up Karma Serene. I haven't been to Thailand, but I watched the documentary. If you're in Thailand, don't ever take drugs on a night out. The women will fleece you. off drugs? No, I don't do drugs. And it's crazy. I've been offered. I went to Lisbon. I was offered cocaine. Amsterdam's another one where you do like the weed and stuff. But I don't like to be inebriated when I'm in somebody else's country. Unless it's alcohol, I do. I will drink on holiday, but I never get too drunk. So you ain't gonna fleece me. But like I said, I'm from Florida. If I haven't seen you pour it, if I've left it, if I have to go to the toilet and I haven't drank it all, I ain't drinking it out of it anymore. I usually put my hand on my drink if it's crowded. You ain't finna get me, bro. I'm a big black dude, but you still ain't gonna get me. I don't want to end up on, Thailand's Most Wanted or nothing. So yeah, you have to be smart. You have to be vigilant when you go out there, but you ain't gonna fleece me, right? I've been fleeced already. I've been married for a decade. I've been fleeced. Right? I know what to look out for. I mean, I love you, honey, if you're watching, which I know you are. So, but yeah, big up, BG. Sue says every destination is so far. Business is best. I flew Emirates business to New York City over 20 hours. The return leg, Emirates upgraded us to first class. Yo, this is bad. Drinking orange juice out of a champagne glass. Yeah, man. That was from Fresh Prince, if you guys didn't know. That's what I think about. But first class. Jeez. Man. Suge, I know you was living like a king. I know you live. I think this towel is too cold. Can I get a warm one, please? You guys have an extra pair of socks? I know they give you the little thing that you put over your eyes too, like with your towel, right? And they give you the warm towel to wash your hands with. Sue's living like a king, bro. I'm envious. Karma said, I didn't know he had all the channels. I love these kind of videos. Yeah, Views does commentaries. He does, he talks about stuff. He was trying to do music. He's trying to do a lot more, but YouTube is more restrictive. YouTube is more restrictive. Like you can't review music videos and stuff because they copyright you. It's weird. He's trying to get it, but I like listening to him because Views is funny. And he's as real as he can be. So yeah, man, if you haven't subscribed to him, subscribe to Views, man. He does a lot of work. And he's always on at 12 midday, usually on weekdays, and him and Shane. So I got a routine now, right? I got a routine when I go to work now. I listen to the Boring Brew with Boring AFC. Rob, he's a new channel. And he's not a top gooner, but he's positive. I like to start off the day with him. Just going back and forth and having a good chat. And then I go into Shane. I go into Shane to watch the Full Irish, and him talk about top gooners and mutants. And then I end the morning off with Views. And then usually once Views is done, I'll either hop on Curtis, or I'll go to Taryn, because that's usually when Taryn wakes up around 3 my time. That's when he wakes up. So yeah. And it might sound like, do I actually do work? But I do a lot of work when I'm not on phones talking to relatives and patients. Then I'm usually on Excel and I'm doing emails. So it helps to listen to things when I do that boring work, because it's like the work that I hate the most. When I'm doing monotonous stuff. But give me 1 second. I gotta drink water again because my throat's dry. So yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Sue says, I'm not tall. I'm just white. Same. I'm like a purple Oompa Loompa. That's what I look like. I'm trying to get back in shape, but yeah. I'm not that tall. I just have tall aura. Because I'm from Florida and I don't let nobody, walk over me. That's what it is. I don't care if I was 4'10", You ain't gonna do me. So yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, big up, Suge. Karma said, I don't even do excursions. I can ride ATVs in America. I just want to sit on the beach with my book. See, like, I agree, Karma, but I love history. So we went to Mexico. I like the resort. The resort was great, but I wanted to see the cenotes and the Mayan ruins. You know, that's what I wanted to see. So yeah, that's what we did. I wanted to go see Mayan ruins. Hopped in the cenote. Let me tell you though, right? ATV, one of the best ATV ones that I had was Jamaica. Jamaica is an absolutely beautiful place, man. We did ATVs around Jamaica. We saw like the countryside. You know, we stopped at a weed farm. You know, we saw some of the history, and it was great. ATV, I also did one in Aruba, which was great. But one of the best places I went that I've gone and out of the way was Roatan, Honduras. I zip lined around Roatan and zip lining over someone's house and a farm and a field. It was great. But yeah, it was great. So yeah. But I get it. Like I'll do ATVs. I don't want to do ATVs just to like go around in a circle. But if we're doing an ATV tour to go see some history and see something I've never seen before, then I'm cool with it. But yeah, I'm not gonna like skiing and snowboarding and jump. Nah, I ain't gonna do none of that stuff, bro. Not because I'm scared to do it, but as you said, I can do that on a different holiday when I go to the Caribbean, especially now that I live in England. And it's hard to go to the Caribbean, so we go to the Canary Islands or to Spain. And when I do that, then yeah, it's I've seen Spain, I've lived there. Okay, where's the resort? Where can I sit down? Where can I, I want to get out there looking like a burnt piece of bread. That's how I want to be, like dark, right? Because I'm sitting in the sun enjoying myself. So yeah, I get you. Black Crow laughing again. Sooner said it was a shower in first class. Shower. Shower. But yeah, listen, I can't have no shower in first class. I you know what I'm saying, Mile High Club and all that. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But yeah, I like to try that, man. Shower. Big money suit. I flew first class free for a job interview once. Jarring experience, bro. I feel like I flown first class one time in my life, and that was to Puerto Rico. It was the shortest thing, and they gave us breakfast on American Airlines. It was nice. It was nice. I felt like a king because we got upgraded. But yeah, bro, that was it. I've never ever been first class again. Like I said, if I'm in Europe, I'm flying economy, right? I'm paying 20 quid for that ticket, and then I'll pay all my money. I went to a 5-star hotel in Tenerife, and I felt like a prince, like a literal prince. The plate, bro. We walked in the hotel, and it smelled like, what's the name of that joint? Oh man, like the perfume shop. That's what it smelled like. Like it smelled amazing. You know, they changed your sheets, and they had everything. They had a water fountain in the place looked like a palace, bro. And yeah, man, free drinks. I was like, but ooh. So I had to move my bottle out the way because I've been tearing up this water. But yeah, so I spend my money on the actual the hotel because that's where I'm gonna be at. But yeah, plane it could be easy, but yeah, I like spending on the actual hotel. Carmen said watching first thing in the morning. Yeah, I like views. I always got time for views. And I will say this, I said part of this was talking about the part of this was talking about my my YouTube journey, and I got a lot of time for views because views invited me onto his channel when I had like 200 subs. I just popped in his chat. I found him. I don't even know how I found him chaining views, to be fair, man. I think I was looking at Dan Pot show and I was hearing Shane talk, and I said, let me check him out. And then I checked him out, and then he said, I'm gonna send you on to Views, and I was like, okay, I'll listen to what Views got to say. And I remember I always got time for Shane, Views, and Taryn, because these are the first people that actually let me come on their show, man. Like, I did an Under the Lens with Views when I had 200 subs. Shane invited me on the Bruised Banana when I had 200 subs. Taryn did a watch along with me when he never does watch alongs. Like, we did my first ever watch along on this channel was with Taryn. You know what I'm saying? So I got time for all these guys because they didn't have to allow me into their space. They had their own following, they have their own subscribers, and they did. And I'm very appreciative because I'm new and I just like waffling. That's what I do. So for them to just allow me to be, from being a new person to promoting me and doing stuff, I got a lot of time for them. So yeah, big up to Views, Taryn, and of course Shane Gunner, Uncle Shane. And I also got time, I got time for a lot of other guys, Waffle Don as well, Tony Claude, those guys, because they've allowed, they've done stuff with me, Gianni. I've got a lot of time for those guys. But when it comes to kind of growing and getting to close to where I am, Views, Shane and Taryn, I got a lot of time for them because they sent me messages and they didn't have to kind of promote me. So yeah, I always got time for them. So big up to 3. And if you haven't subscribed to them, go check them out and subscribe, man. Sue said Emirates also provides chauffeur services if you book business. Suge, man. Sue's out here living like a prince. Chauffeur. Listen, oh my God, if I had a chauffeur service that would chauffeur me an hour and a half to Heathrow, and I ain't got to drop, bro, ski, I would love it. They probably wouldn't, but still, I would love it. Karma said, I'll do something like that, but not physical activity. I got enough of that work. Karma, what you do? I'm nosy. What you do? I want to know. You live in Oregon and you do physical activity. You're in the military? I'm just kidding. You ain't got to tell me. But yeah, big up. I held a sloth. I held one too. We held them together. Sloth. I had a monkey like going across from one shoulder to another. What else did we do? The macaws. Those things are huge. I didn't know they were that big, but they're huge. Although monkeys, man, when it comes to monkeys, the one monkey I won't mess with, the groups of monkeys, they're group Gibraltar monkeys. The monkeys at the top of the rock of Gibraltar, I do not mess with them. They are not where it's at. They will rob you. The monkeys in Gibraltar will rob you. I saw them rob some diapers out of lady's bag. She had her push buggy, and her baby was looking, and the monkey looked at the diapers and said, I'll take that, and grabbed it and left, bro. I was like, what you even need that for, bro? What do you need that for? Just dipped out, bro. The monkey. So I don't mess with the monkeys. But yeah, I love animals. I mean, I went to Iceland and they had like the horses on the side, and I got a picture with the horses. I love animals, man. So when we go and they like Marwell Zoo, I haven't been in a while, but I'd love to go back. I just love animals, man. I feel like animals are just amazing. I probably should have been whatchamacallit, vet. Karma said, how did y'all get to England? I came first. So I got an opportunity to study in the UK, and I took it. So I did 3 years at university here in Southampton, or in Southampton. I did 3 years University of Southampton. I liked it, and I said, oh, I don't want to go back home yet. So I decided to do a master's degree. I did that. And then I was like, I still don't want to go home. I like it here. It's simple. The weather sucks, but everything else is pretty all right. So I applied to stay here to work. I got a job, and I've been here. And then shortly after working here, probably for about a year, I moved my wife out as well. So that's how we got here. But we had lived 2 years in Spain because I was working in Spain. And then I got the idea to live in the UK. So I went back to America and applied because you got to apply. You have to apply to university like months in advance, and I got accepted. So I came back here to study. And then I stayed. Yeah, so I've been in the UK since 2018. And I've still got 2 more years before I'm eligible to stay full time, but I love it. It's simple, it's safer, and much to my wife's chagrin, the weather sucks. But yeah, that's what it is. So that's how we got to England. But I do miss Miami because the culture is different. Speaking Spanish and arroz con gandules, like Noche Buena, like things like that. Cinco de Mayo, like you don't get those kind of things in the UK. At least where I live, you probably get them in London, but London is crowded and expensive. And where I live is pretty okay. So, but yeah, that's how we got to England. Stoney said, "Okay, Suge, not okay, Suge, not to buy my man first class to Japan and a Japan trip. Listen, you got 2 years. You got 2 years. But thank you, Suge, with the assist. That's what I'm talking about. One for you, one for me. That's what I'm talking about. Big up, Suge. Tyson Mitchell, big up, big up. We just having a chat. If you got any questions, you want to know anything, that's what we're here for. This is just a community chat because this is why we do the Waffle House, just to have a good time and get to know each other. And Karma's an ER nurse. I do not envy you. Oh, I can't think of any more stressful job than ER nurse. I was in the Air Force though. Boo. But big up. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service in the Air Force though. Did you do medicine in the Air Force? The only thing, what do I know about Air Force? I know like a part of their song. It's like, off we go into the wild blue yonder, flying high into the sun. That's all I know. There's some other stuff, but I don't know why I know that. But yeah, but I do know a little bit of the Air Force. But thank you for your service, and I bet you're happy that you're out now, because yeah. Stoney and swing past Thailand. So Suge has gotten my wife to go to Japan, and then after we'll go to Thailand. Suge, we're gonna be out of money. I will come visit you, Suge. I'm first class. I would say Suge gave me an idea, but big up. Gavin, big up Tyson. Dapper's going around. Karma says, and big up Tyson as well. Karma says, a monkey stole our food in Thailand. Yeah, bro, monkeys are diabolical. Diabolical. Like, and my biggest fear with monkeys is that one will get some poop and throw them at me. And then I'll just be done off monkeys forever, bro. Like, because I'll be watching them videos where, like, the gorillas and the orangutans will, like, poop in their hand and, like, throw them at people. I'm like, that's not for me. That is not for me, my guys. Because the moment I get a little poo on me, bro, the monkey got to go. If you know what I mean. All right. The monkey's got to go. All right. But big up. Big up Carl Walsh Gunner. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Waffle House. And if you're new to the Waffle House, this is what the Waffle House is. Right? This is what we do. We haven't talked about that team with support at all. And that's why I do it. Because we got enough stress following the team. And if you're not an Arsenal fan, you got enough stress following your team anyway. Right? You have enough stress following your team. So this is just a random chat to talk about random stuff. And that's why it's called the Waffle House, because you can get a serving of grade A waffle by yours truly. More dappings going around. Big up, big up. Everybody, dappings is as said. And Ty said that's a good idea. Gooner Rican. I don't even remember what I said. I waffle so much, but yeah, whatever it was. I'll be on tangents, man. That's what happens over here. I go on tangents. And Jack says, thank you for your service. And Monkey got that Thai tags. Yeah, man. Like, but I you know what? I really want to go to Thailand because I like street food, right? Growing up in South Florida, and growing up with the Caribbean, like street food is a culture. right? In Puerto Rico, you've got like the bro, I remember we went to Puerto Rico. I went with my wife to Puerto Rico before we got married. And bro, there was like a food cart on the side of the highway, bro. That like my uncle, my grandma's brother, my uncle stopped at. And we got fruit, bro. I'll tell you that food was banging. Like I love food carts. I love hole in the wall. Some of the best places I've ever been to for food are hole in the walls. They're places that look unassuming, like you would never know what they are, or why they're there. But when you eat from there, you're just like, this is amazing. I can't believe it. I think we went to one in Granada that was like, it was a Chinese restaurant, and I knew it was gonna be banging because there was a lot of Asian people in there. But in the wall, there was like a hole. There was like a square and like a shelf, and the food came out of that same hole that the dirty dishes went in. Like everything came out the hole, and they were screaming at each other. And I was like, that's interesting. But that food, bro, banging. I was like, yep. So yeah, in Miami, it's like that, bro. Like one of my favorite food places, like, looks like a hole in the wall. Right? My wife knows this Haitian food joint. What's it called? China Kingdom, but it's a Haitian food. I don't know why they call it. You know why it's called China Kingdom, and it's a Haitian food joint. But it's a building. It looked run down, bro. When I tell you that food is banging, absolutely banging. So yeah, Jack said Florida people walk around selling fresh fruit cups, and that's another thing. Jack, big up, right? It's another thing I had to get used to over here because that is a thing in South Florida. You got fresh fruit cups. You got them selling canepas. You got them selling flowers, like on the highway. So you stop in the intersection, and the lady, she's selling Gatorade. She's selling flowers. She's selling mangoes, fresh fruit. Like you can get anything. So that's like my culture. Like stopping, you know, on the side to like get fruit and fresh fruit. You know, here, bro. Here, I went to go get mangoes, bro. These mangoes look so sad, bro. Like no, devoid of. They look like the dictionary definition of mangoes. Whereas in Florida, bro, you got purple mangoes, you got yellow mangoes, you got big mangoes, little mangoes. Like I used to have 2 mango trees in the backyard. I had the big purple ones and the little yellow ones, right? And bro, on a summer day, I ain't gotta go to the supermarket. I go straight to the backyard, pick me off a couple mangoes, put them in the refrigerator, go back outside, have me a cold mango, bro. So it's just something I had to get used to because when you from, you know, Miami, the Caribbean, you used to getting stuff like from outside, from trees and stuff, like, you know, getting from the corner, like the pop-up vegetable shops. You know what I'm saying? Like in England, bro, the fruit dead, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, dead. And it's funny because me and my wife going to the store and they have like the chopped mangoes, and you look at them and people just pick them up, and like you look at them and you like the lighter ones, you like, them ain't right. Those won't be good. But we go in there, you get the dark joints. You get the dark joints, you like, yeah, juicy, bro. Juicy. Big up Party at Tipsy's. Thank you so much for stopping by. He said, big up Hermano, Arsenal getting packed in versus City. Yep, but we ain't talking about that now. The Waffle House, we do not talk about Arsenal results. We don't talk about what's happening with the Arsenal. Only thing we talk about Arsenal are kits and experiences. Other than that, we don't talk about what's going on at Arsenal. But welcome to the Waffle House. We talk about everything else here. All right, we got enough stress with Arsenal. I'll be back in the preview. We can have all of the chest and all of the sadness, but for right now, we chilling, enjoying ourselves, having a good chat, and we'll deal with that tomorrow. But big up Tipsies, man, for stopping by. Sue said I used to get pad thai from a lady who would push her cart for breakfast, then back to the hotel to finish. Yeah, bro, the food cart. And this is the thing, like, I don't need to know what the rating is. I don't want to know what the food rating is. Don't tell me what it is, right? If there's a little old lady making it, it's good enough for me, right? My favorite place in Spain is closed now, and my wife will probably be in the comment and she'll second this. we used to have this restaurant called Calzone House, and there was an old Italian lady, salt and pepper hair, right? I'm talking about like rolling the fists up, like right, and you could see her, you could see the stove, you saw her with the pots. It was I'm talking about the restaurant probably only had 8 seats in it, and there was probably about 6 outside. That's how small the restaurant is. When I tell you, bro, to this day, it's still some of the best Italian food I've ever had. Like you could hear the Italian accent. Her son and daughter worked at the restaurant, right? I'm telling you, the Calzone House, the best Italian I ever had. Old Italian lady. I'm talking about, you could see her whipping. Like she was whipping it. And bro, when I tell you, I went to Italy. I had Italian. I still have yet to have Italian food like that lady made. This how I know the food was good, right? This lady, right? Garlic bread. She charged us for garlic bread. It was probably €2. She ran out of bread. I watched her go to the bread shop, buy the bread for 35 cents, walk back and serve it to me for £2. And I still bought more. I knew I could have gone and made my own bread. I couldn't have made it like her. The garlic bread. I still bought more. So yeah, bro. When it comes to food, if there's an old lady, I don't care if she's Thai, Italian, Hispanic, Indian, if she got salt and pepper hair, she look like somebody's grandma, 1000%, bro. I know that food is banging. Give me as much as I can handle. I promise. But yeah, big up, Susan. Tipsy said, man, Puerto Ricans speak Spanish so quick it's hard to understand. You've never met Cubans. Dominicans, Puerto Rican, bro, you talk about fast and loud? Bro. Cubanos? Bro. See, and that's what I like about Spanish people talk fast, but they talk so that you can understand them. Puerto Rican Spanish is fast and it's like slang. It's like they cut off words and stuff, and you be like, what you say? And then you catch it. But yeah. Big up, man. I know about that. And Tipsy said the mango looked like the weather in England. Dreary. Yeah, bro. Dead, bro. Dead. Mohai said, just the other day I saw coconut pieces for sale. I realized I never paid for coconut water or meat. Bro, bro, my father-in-law from Jamaica, bro. This man got his own coconut. I don't know what tree he got them from. He didn't pay for them. So he knew somebody with a coconut tree. He got them, he made rice and peas, bro, from scratch. Like, I just remember my dad, he had a machete. And he'd get the coconuts off the tree, slice them open. You got coconut water, cane juice, sugar cane, bro. Like, brine fruit and veg in Miami is like, you don't have to, bro. It's everywhere. But in England, bro, just to find some coconut water, just to find some ripe mango, like, bro, you got to go scouring everywhere to find some good ones. So, yeah, I definitely took that for granted. But yeah, it is what it is. Jack said, wow. Black said, at the Waffle House, straight Jack is a provider for recovering Arsenal fans that needed therapy. Yeah, bro, we know what stress we have as Arsenal fans. And even if you're not if you're a Spuds fan, I got Spuds fans in here, Chelsea fans. Football is tough for everybody. We talked about it earlier. The levels have dropped. But if you're an Arsenal fan, bro, with the stress, I don't want to talk about them all the time. I want to talk about other stuff. So yeah, the Waffle House is just a place for us to relax, have a good time, and talk about everything. Someone said, "Don't make me cry, I miss her too." Bro, I was devastated when the Calzone House, because we flew back to Spain where we were living, and we were just seeing everybody. We saw our old landlords, we saw our old friends, and we just never got an opportunity to go to Calzone House to look at, like, to actually eat there. It was like, it's okay. We live in England now. We'll spend the block. So we're talking about going back. And I just looked and I was like, oh, let me see, what's still there. And I looked and I was like, that don't look like Calzone House. I looked at Calzone House, it was closed, bro. I was devastated. And then I saw a post on one of the local Facebook groups. They were like, oh, she closed in like 2018. I was like, no, she's closed in I think she closed like right before COVID. And I was like, I can't believe it. No. So yeah, I miss that lady, bro. That food, still some of the best Italian I've ever had, bro. If not the best. Chat said Arsenal fans don't need therapy. Most teams would give their arms to be in our position. Yeah, we're not talking about Arsenal. They had a therapist for it. We're not talking about Arsenal. But thank you, Jack. I met the Waffle House is a good idea. Yeah, man. It's just a place for me to chat, man. And I like chatting. We've had stories about traveling. We had stories about kids, and that's what the Waffle House is, man. It's just an opportunity for us to have a chat. Just loose our mind, man. You got enough going on in the world. If I can help somebody for a couple hours, just talk about something else that's not stressing them, that's good enough for me, bro. So yeah, big up, Tyson Mitchell. It was online racing. What you playing? What online racing? What is it? Gran Turismo? Is that the one? Gran Turismo Need for Speed? Abuela's the best cook, bro. Yes. My abuelita, right? My abuelita. She doesn't cook anymore. She's older now. She probably got a little bit of arthritis. But I remember when I first moved to the UK for university, she was so proud that I came for school. She was so proud I was doing well. I said I was coming home, and she said, "You know what? I'll cook for you." And that's the last time she cooked. She cooked arroz con gandules and tostones and pork chops. I can't remember right now. My brain is mush because I'm tired. But yeah, she cooked for me, and that was the last meal she's cooked. And my auntie cooks now because my grandma's tired and stuff. But yeah, that I love my abuelita, man. She still got the best arroz con pollo, arroz con gandules that I've ever had, and her flan, second to none, bro. But yeah, big up Tipsy. Cubans and Dominicans speak Spanish and cursive. Yeah, bro, all over the joint. But I understand them a little bit better than I do some, because I feel like they have the Spanish thing, cerveza, like, they do the list and stuff. But I'm working on it. And I got some big help from guys like Pito in the chat and Blacks and stuff, suggesting things. So I appreciate it. Stoney talking about coconut. Have y'all tried the alcohol that gets made from coconut? If they ferment it correctly, it's cheap in a drunk session. Oh. I feel like you can make alcohol from anything, because they make alcohol from sugar cane. Jamaicans that make. I feel like Jamaicans make rum from. They was talking about drinks with with the THC in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. But yeah, I'm pretty sure my wife's seen that comment, so she'll put it on the list. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's big up, Suge. Puerto Rican Spanish basically isn't Spanish, bro. I don't know how to describe it, and it's crazy because I see people saying like, "Oh, Bad Bunny, can't understand Spanish," and I'm like, that man speaking like grandma. Like, how can you not understand him? And then like actually people be talking to me in Spanish, I'll be like, "Ooh, that's what that's called." But yeah. Bro, I find Mexicans so easy to understand. No disrespect to Spaniards, but I find their accent funny. Yeah, the. But I think what they said is that Andalusians are more like Puerto Ricans, because a lot of Puerto Ricans came from Andalusia. So the actual like Spanish is similar. When they, how like Puerto Rican Spanish, instead of making R's, they make L's and all that stuff. It's a little bit closer, but Mexican Spanish, I grew up around Mexicans. They just say way a lot. They be like, hola, way. Like, But yeah. But yeah. Jack said sugarcane juice, Montego Bay. Wow. So where I grew up in South Florida, like they were known for sugar. It's a sugar production, so we used to get cane juice, and I'm talking about grade A cane juice. Yeah, bro, that cane juice, frog legs, gator meat, like I grew up in South Florida, and South Florida is like the South, but also North Caribbean. It's weird. The culture it's a culture that you have to be there to understand. But yeah, I can hang with the country people. I can hang with the country folks. I can hang with the city folks. I can hang with the Caribbeans. And my wife is the same. So, yeah. And Chileans, while on a different level to understand, yeah. Spanish is beautiful. Spanish is kind of like English, man. Like you speak it different. There's different accents, different slangs, different everything, and it's very beautiful. But yeah, unless you're zero, because I'm Bayern fans, mental health is 10 out of 10 right now. Yeah, it would be nice for us to get there one day. But yeah, big up everybody who stick by, man. Everybody who stick by. We're nearing 3 hours, and everybody's still in here having a chat, man. I love it. That's what I wanted. I wanted us to enjoy the time, enjoy the space, enjoy each other, man. And even if you're just listening, thank you for listening. If you're stopping by, you just having a listen, you a silent listener. Thank you for listening. Right? I appreciate it. So yeah. Tyson Mitchell said, I'm on the crew Motorfest 5. To be honest, it's more my son who loves it. So I started recording races to leave on the channel. So when I'm gone, he has somewhere I'll always be. That's a good idea, man. That's a good idea to leave something. So that's a good idea. If something ever were to happen to you, your son has things on the channel that they can watch. Yeah, man, that's great. That's great. And as a person who lost their parent, man, it's nice to value those moments. I lost my mom almost a decade ago, and I don't have many videos and things. I was too busy traveling the world. I have pictures. I have lots of pictures of her, thanks to my grandmother and my aunts, and lots of pictures of us. But I didn't have a lot of videos because I was out trying to make my way in the world. And yeah, she passed before I could. So yeah, keep those memories, man. Like keep those things, because you never know if something were to happen to you. Your children can always value that and always have something that they remember and they see you by. So yeah, man, it's very valuable. It's very good to have. So big up Tyson Mitchell. Pito says tostones are my weakness. Yeah, bro. Puerto Rican food in general is my weakness. And I started cooking it now. So now, my abuelita, she gifted me a caldero. And she gifted me a Puerto Rican cookbook. And with my abuela, man, if she's giving me something, I know that it's blessed by the ancestors and all the cooks. So I made arroz con gandules. The first time I messed it up because my caldero is wonky. I think something happened in the move where it's not straight. So my rice was kind of hard because it didn't steam right. But the thing I love Google. So you can Google things, and if you put aluminum foil over it, it allows it to steam. So I made arroz con gandules like last week, and my wife was like, it was perfect. So that's good enough for me, man. I cook my Puerto Rican food. I make some arroz con pollo. The hard thing to get here in the UK is culantro. So what I do is I get sazon. I get sazon and sofrito from America. But the next time I go back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my aunt to make me some sofrito and freeze it. And that way I'll put it in my bag. And by the time I actually get back to America, it'll probably be melting or melted. And I just put it back in the freezer because it doesn't go bad that quickly. Because it's literally just herbs and spices. I can freeze it and then put them in little the ice trays, and you just drop one in there. So yeah. But yeah, I would love to try that, Suge. I love trying new stuff. What I miss? What Suge said? Oh yeah, okay. the alcohol. Yeah, I would love to try that as well. And Tyson, it is, man. It is leaving a legacy for your children. They might not appreciate it now, but I'm pretty sure later on they will. So big up to Tyson Mitchell. Jack says Spanglish, South Florida is a mountain pot for it. Yeah, there's no other place. Yeah, there's no other place in the world like it. So yeah. Sorry, I need more water because I've been waffling. Listen, we've been going for 3 hours and you guys stuck with me. And I promise I won't stay too much longer. But give me 2 seconds. Let me drink some water. All right, I'm back. Sorry. That's the thing, bro. When you waffle for a long time, you're and I think my room's kind of dry as well because I've got the window closed. Because you always hear the sirens and literally at night, I have the racers who like to go past the thing. You can actually hear it. But yeah, I like to keep the window closed, but it makes the room kind of dry, so it it dries out my throat if I speak too long. Tipsy said, "I love the Argentinian accent. My old boss Argentinian, like Uvia. She said Ubia as part Portuguese. I could relate. I like Portuguese. My friend was Brazilian, and he started speaking Portuguese, and I was like, oh, it's kind of like Spanish. And then he just kept on. I was like, oh no, not too much. But yeah, I like Portuguese. Portugal is a beautiful country as well as Brazil. Those are two countries I'd like to go. I've been to Portugal, but I definitely love to go to Brazil as well. But Portugal, I love Porto for wine. Absolutely amazing. Although I have to be in better shape because the last time I went to Porto, it was very hilly and them hamstrings got more work than Declan Rice's hamstrings. But I love Portugal, the wine, and the thing that I love most about Portugal is the Francesinha. Francesinha, chef's kiss, bro. Love it. Love it. Tyson said, thanks. This action idea I got from someone else and thought it was a brilliant idea. Yeah, great idea. Great idea to do that. To leave that legacy. Tissy said, like many people prefer Brazilian Portuguese over European Portuguese as it sounds more sexy. Yeah, and then also, like I said, we grew up watching Dinho and Ronaldo and all them speaking Portuguese and stuff. So, you have some Portuguese ballers, but yeah, it's kind of like Spanish. Like listen to Spanish. I always say like listen to the Castellano is what they call it. It's like speaking proper English. Like hello, chap. Like these are though they may. Like that's how Castilian Spanish is. Whereas Puerto Rican Spanish, like what's good? Like how's it going? Like how you want to do this? Like type deal. So yeah. Sorry to hear, my bro. I lost my dad in 2013. We weren't even talking, so I've had some hard lessons. I did the same. My grand and lost her too. I'm a stubborn fool, and bro, it happens like that, right? Like sometimes you have things that aren't that you don't see eye to eye in, and sometimes that causes risk, and it sucks because you can never get those back. I'll say two things though on that. Sometimes you have to let family go, and I've done it because I felt like sometimes family isn't bigger than my mental health. And sometimes you have to let family members go who aren't providing you with love and grace. Some family members can think they can treat you any kind of way because they're family, and I let those people go. And I don't feel regret. I don't feel bad, because I've met strangers that have treated me better than family members. On the other hand, with my family, like, the family that I do make, I love them, and I don't have to ask them for anything. They never want or require me to do anything except be my best self. So sometimes you do have to cut off family to make it happen. But if it's something that you disagree with and they were good people and you're just having a disagreement, I would say work those things out, man, because you never know when the last time could be. I love my mother, and sometimes we didn't see eye to eye, but I loved her, and I think she knew that I loved her as well. And I'm glad that we had some good memories. My mother, my wife is the only woman I've ever been with to actually meet my mother, and she will always be the only woman to ever meet my mother. And my mother gave her seal of approval. I don't know how good that was. Maybe they the two crazies, and that's why they drive me up the wall. But my wife was also the only woman that my dad approved of, because my dad was very religious, and he was not approving of a lot of the women that I was with. But when he met my wife, he told me, "Son, that's the one. Do not let go of her." And 10 years later, she's on the internet trying to sell all of my kids, guys. See. So I don't know what my dad was thinking. No, but seriously, that woman is my left hand girl, because she's left-handed. But she's my left hand, bro. I would not be in a situation or position, in the UK doing this YouTube thing, doing a lot of my hobbies without that woman that I'm married with. She's extra supportive, and she keeps me grounded, bro. So, but like I said, if you can repair those relationships without losing yourself, if you can repair those relationships, if you want to repair those relationships, and deep down in your heart you want to, do it. But if you're repairing it just because, oh, that's your mom or that's your uncle or that's your cousin, and they're not feeding life and goodness into you, bro, don't waste your time. I'm not patching any one-way bridges, bro. I'm not fixing up any one-way roads. If I went out there and the road is crumbled and I've gone halfway and you're not coming to meet me, leave it. Leave it. I don't feel bad, man. I don't feel bad, because and I'm not malicious to any of my family. But I don't go out of my way. I've been here for 8 years, and I've got some family members that know that I'm here. My phone number has been the same. They know where I am. Not a phone call, not a text message, but every time I come home, what'd you bring me? What'd you bring me? My aunt and grandma know that I'm here, but my aunt will send me random things. I say, I don't want anything from you. I say, your love is enough, right? The fact that you helped me get here is enough. They send me things. My aunt just sent me a random Puerto Rican cookbook. She said, I saw this one, and if you guys, I know you got different ingredients over there, see if you can find some, stuff like that. That means a lot to me. My aunt wouldn't ask me for a thing, and I would give her the world if I could. But I've got family members that always ask, and if I was on my last dollar, I ain't got it, bro. I can't help you. So I got rid of them, bro. I don't feel bad. I'm not saying you have to help me, but for 10 years, if I was struggling and you're never around, but when you were struggling, I gave you my last dollar. That's not a mutual relationship. So I don't mourn the loss of those people, because they were never really around to begin with. They were never there for good intentions. So that was my rant. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I went on a tirade on that one, but I feel strongly about that, man. Like, my space, my circle, my group of friends, it's all intentional. I have acquaintances. I have people that I'm cool with, but my circle, my actual circle, my inner circle, bro, tight. And I'm the type of person, if I wear my heart on my sleeve. Like if I like Kevin Gates say, if I love you, if I'm all the way with you, I'm 100% with you. But if I'm done with you, you can't get nothing out of me, bro. I don't care if I was a millionaire. I'm sorry. You can't give me nothing. I won't feel bad. Because you didn't help me be who I was. I'm not gonna help your lifestyle, bro. It is what it is. Jack said Descante and Pies, rest in peace. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. And rest in peace here, Dad, to Tyson Mitchell. I know how hard it is to lose a parent. So, it's not easy even if you aren't talking. So big up to you. Pito said, a roast con pollo is my go-to, easy to make and it's delicious. Yeah, man. Yeah, I can't be bothered with the chicken, so I just like roast con noodles. But because here you gotta clean the chicken, bro. Like you got, they like this is one thing I love. You gotta clean your chicken anyway. But when I mean clean it, like here they actually have. It's not like America where they just like bleach it and stain it. Like here it's chicken. Like you might still have a little bit of feather in there. So like you gotta like, cut it. You'll get all the gristle and all that stuff off. It's a process. So I don't feel like doing that all the time. So yeah. Jack says Mick throws down in the kitchen, need to send you a Goya care package. I found some, man. I found a little African shop that got Goya if I need to. Yeah, but yeah, man. Because like I said, man, like in my house is equal opportunity. I like to make life easy for my wife. I know she cooks a lot. So when I can, I do. And if I can experiment with some of the Puerto Rican food and just make stuff, I will. If it makes her life easier as well, I will. So yeah, I've tried to take a more active role in cooking. I'm actually cooking tomorrow as well. So yeah, I try. It's a skill that I've always had. My mom taught me how to cook. Because you said if you was ever single, you need to feed yourself. Because I know you like to eat. So yeah, I do know how to do a little something. Now, my wife, genius. Me, I'm all right. I'm like the Mikel Arteta of cooks. I can get a job done, but I ain't gonna be exceptionally great. And that's shade. Yeah. Jack said, oh, let me see. Black said, worst promise ever. I was expecting two more hours. Listen, my wife made fun of me because I said, oh, I'm only gonna be in there for an hour. She said, nah, you ain't. You're gonna go in there and say, all right, y'all, I gotta go. And then 2 hours later, and I didn't expect it to be 10 hours, but it's still 10 of y'all watching and still commenting. So yeah, I'll keep going. But nah, for real, it's almost 11 p.m. my time. I'm out of here. I ain't gonna lie to you. Because I told my wife I'm not gonna be too long. It's 3 hours. But I love talking to you guys. You guys are amazing. And I like talking to the community. And I hope that the guys who stayed around and listened, I hope you enjoy it, man. I hope you enjoy it. This is just authentically me. This is not a show. This is not me, putting on and trying to get clicks. It's just me. It's who I am. This is the type of person I am. So, yeah. So, yeah. Hold on. I've lost myself in the chat. Big up Static. Sorry, I clicked on your chat. But yes. Where was I? I also haven't had this many comments, so give me 1 second and try to figure my life out. But yeah, big up everybody who's still riding with me. We having a great chat, bro, and I appreciate it. You guys could be somewhere else, but you deciding to be here, and that means a lot to me. So big up. Big up. Hold on. There we go. I was making static a mod because I forgot to do it, and you guys know that I'm kind of mid with YouTube. So there we go. There you go, static. You are now a mod to the channel. And yeah. I gotta make some more of you guys mods as well for popping in. Give me 2 seconds. I'll make a couple of more use some mods. I'll get a community of mods. I'm not gonna be like views and give everybody a wrench, but the ones who have been in the chat a few times, like like Black and Pito. Pito's been here a while as well. But I will tell you guys this: if I do make you a mod and you are a mod, just remember that as long as it's respectful, let it happen. If people don't agree with me, just let them disagree, and I'll chat with them. But if they're being rude and abrasive, then you can get rid of them. So yeah. Who else? Big up Waha. I just seen you. I'm behind the chat because I'm waffling, but I promise you I will catch up. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm back. Sorry. Because I forget the way my brain is made up. I forget. So but yeah, like Black said, worst promise ever. Tomorrow I was like, no, I won't be here that long. Commercial break. Gotta take those, man. I'll be waffling. So yeah, brought to you by the good folk at Mixed Waffle House. Yeah, man, cause I gotta drink water, man. This joint dry. Big up Charles. He said the thing I like about Portugal is Madeira, port wine. Yeah, port wine is good. Port wine is good. You know what I didn't like though, and I'll probably be kind of looked at funny. I wasn't a fan of sherry. I live not too far from Jerez, and like sherry's the thing, but it wasn't for me, man. It wasn't my deal for some reason. I just can't get behind it. But port wine, lovely, love it. Black said, preach Rican. I had to cut off my parents and a couple siblings. My best friend of the decade is the best family I got, bro. I'll tell you this, bro. I have a family here in the UK. I was alone when I was at uni. Didn't know anybody. They invited me to their house. They allowed me to come for Christmas when I was alone. They didn't ask me for anything. They bought me gifts. And to this day, my wife and I have gone. They're my British cousins. They are family, bro. Like we've gone out together, done some trips. Like it's amazing, bro. And these are people I didn't know before 2018. I got family I've known my entire life who wouldn't visit me if they were 20 miles away, but want something from me. It's crazy, bro. Jack says Stony comes highly recommended. Top last, bro. Top last. Black Earl say your wife is top quality. Your fam couldn't deny. My mother loved her. My mother loved my wife. Probably because they like beating me up emotionally. I'm just kidding, but my mother loved my wife. Loved her to death. Used to ask when she would come visit her and everything. And my dad, like I said, my dad's an old grumpy black man, and yeah, he look at everybody funny. But when he met my wife, he pulled me aside. He said, "Son," my dad actually told me this. My dad's diabolical. Okay, my dad's 75 years old, and around this time he was retirement age. This man pulled me aside, looked me in my eye sockets, right? Had the audacity, looked me in my eye sockets and said, "Son, if you don't marry her, I will." Then one other time he said, "Son, if I was a few years younger, that wouldn't be your wife." I said, "I'm here. You're talking to me, broski. Like, you're in my face. How can you tell me these things?" But I get it because I'm married to it. That the love of my life. My woman is amazing. I will never say a bad thing about her. I love that woman to death. To little death. That is gonna be my forever woman. We've been through a lot. We grew up together. I've known my wife since I was 10 years old. And we had our bumps, but I can't do life without her. I ain't gonna lie to you. So and if it don't work out, there won't be another. But it will work out to death do a spark and all that good jazz. But if I turn up missing, it's because she fed me something funny. But big up. Oh, sorry, my bad. That's 100%. I got family who are walking dead as far as I'm concerned. My grandparents where she raised me, but we fell out when I was going to jail. When I came out, I didn't realize she was ill. And it happens, man. Don't beat yourself up about it. Right? The best thing you can do, I don't know if you're a praying person, but just forgive yourself and know that regardless of what happened, she probably did love you. And that's good enough. Like same with me, man. Regardless of, me and my mom were talking at the time, but I didn't talk as often because I was too busy chasing my life. And I think that even though she passed away before I could have that final conversation, I knew that my wife and my aunt also told me, not my wife, my mother, sorry. I knew that my mother and my aunt also told me that she wanted me to chase my dreams because she couldn't. She was sick and she couldn't travel. She couldn't do those things. And my aunt told me that because my mother couldn't travel, she would have felt bad if I'd have came back and tried to care for her, tried to stop my life to care for her. Like she said, it would have been the worst thing ever. So that's what kept me going, because I know that my mother would have wanted me to travel. My mother would have wanted me to see the world. My mother would have wanted me to go out there and experience all that life has to offer because she couldn't. So that's why I don't feel guilt. Because if I stayed there and I cared for her, then it would have been two people dying. I would have died internally as well as her actually dying. So that's why I keep going, bro. I keep going. I hope you do as well. All right. Jack said, protect your peace, no matter who it is, family, friends, whatever. That's it. And that's why I live in the UK. Don't nobody know where I live. So, big up, Wahaha. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Tyson said, until it's too late, I literally called her last breath, so don't waste time on silly arguments. Yeah. No point. Nah, bro, you speaking facts. That's all I try. Yeah, fam treats you like a wallet is peak. Mild narcissistic alcoholics as well. Yeah, man. Alcohol does some nasty stuff. I just forgive those people and keep moving. Tyson said, big up, I didn't know what that meant. Feather, someone's chicken is brazy. I'm not used to it's not actual feather, but it's like when they chop the feathers off, like the bit that's actually in the chicken, you can see like the spindles. And you gotta you get the skin and stuff. But nah, bro. Big up Static. 23 likes and subscribe. Appreciate it. Shooting the breeze, nice way to end the week. Yeah, man. It's a Friday night. Tomorrow I'm gonna go out to the docks or the dockyard, enjoy myself, get me a nice little beer. It's a little bit warm in the UK, so it might actually be nice enough to walk around. Try to coax my wife into another kit. And then prepare for, whatever Sunday brings. And Pito said, big up, Gooner Rican. I appreciate the stream and I always support you, bro. I appreciate it. The best thing you guys doing is giving me your time. Time, like we just said in the chat, time is precious, man. And more than likes, more than subscriptions, if you give me your time and your attention, right, that means a lot to me, because we don't get that back. That doesn't come back. That's the best currency, is time. The most important currency that you can have in life is someone's time. I try not to waste people's, and I don't allow people to waste mine. So, if I can help you, if I can have a chat, if I can get your mind off of the things that's going on, that's good enough for me. So big up, Ito. Take your time, man. Rican, thank you, bro. No problem. Thank you for supporting. Jack Tyson Mitchell, rest in peace. Salutes. Static Rican, of course. Jack's right. Everybody dapping on Shaq. They call me welcome down mod. Say less. Be good, mods. You guys have been here. Black has been here quite a few times. Pito, he comes in when he can. I just want people who are going to be in the chat consistent, because when it gets big, I need to know that the day ones is around, making sure don't nobody do nothing stupid. So, Rican, hey, I hope Arsenal prove me wrong, win on Sunday, but honestly, it's unlikely. Listen, Static, Waffle House is not for Arsenal. It's Arsenal therapy. It's Arsenal relaxation. So we don't, in the Waffle House, we don't. The first rule about the Waffle House is we're not talking about Arsenal unless it's kits, books, or experiences. Other than that, I'm not talking about what's going on. We know my feelings. That's for the other shows. The Waffle House is just to talk about life. Kits. It's always kits here. And chilling. But thank you for stopping by. Oh man, your dad was on the mad one. At least say the other way around. Yeah, man. Yeah. My dad's a funny guy though. My dad's, he's an old Southern guy. As I said, he's religious. He's one of them old Southern guys. He's a funny guy though. He's a funny guy. But my dad has this natural, he says funny stuff with a straight face, and you don't expect it. You don't expect it to be funny, but when he says it, you just like, bro, you out of pocket. You can't help but laugh. But who's gonna check in? The man's 75. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I love my dad, bro. Time really does heal all wounds. Always be good. Yeah, man. It does. Losing my grandfather last year hit me hard. Well, rest in peace to your grandfather, man. But I know I have to keep going for him. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's the same thing with grandparents and parents, man. It's something I was telling Brian, the Chelsea fan. He felt bad about his mom, and I said, no, bro, your parents are here to give you the best life. Your parents are here to make sure that you're better. They should be here to make sure that you're better than they are. And if I was a parent, I've done my raising of children, but I don't have any biological kids. But I have, I've raised my little brother. And I've mentored and coached a lot of kids. You want your children to be better than you, and I forgot who was saying it. I don't know if it was Channing Crowder or no, was it Steve Harvey? Maybe, but he said, your father is the only person who wants you to be better than him. He's the only man who will want you to be better than him. And that's how your parents should be. There should be the only people who want you to be better than them, who want you to go further than they did, who want you to work harder than they did, who want you to enjoy more than they did. That's what being a parent is. They brought you into this world, and they should be wanting to give you more than what they had. So big up. And Tyson said, for me, it's just been a one of life's lessons. That's what it is, man. And Gooner Rican, big up. I would lose fighting and lose defending against Man City. AFC always. Listen, we talked about this, right? At the Waffle House, we don't talk about Arsenal. This is not an Arsenal stream. I'm gonna have to put a disclaimer out there. This is not an Arsenal stream. We will not talk about Arsenal. We're not talking about Sunday. We're not talking about Mikel Arteta. We're not talking about that. This is the Waffle House where we talk about everything but Arsenal. So yeah, I'll read your comments, but I'm not going into them because that's tomorrow's issue. That's Sunday's issue. Tonight is just chilling with the community, talking about kits, talking about experiences, and having a good time. So big up AFC always. But yeah, the Waffle House is not Arsenal content. That's why on the menu it doesn't say anything about Arsenal. It's not Arsenal content. I do have an Arsenal jersey on, but that's because I'm an Arsenal fan. But I'm gonna change that as well. I'm gonna start putting thumbnails where it's not Arsenal stuff. Probably me in a hoodie or something. But yeah, it's not an Arsenal channel. But big up. I'm the same. There are times the only currency you don't get back, so it's most valuable to me. Yep. So you guys give me your time means the world to me. 3 hours of it. You know, more, it means more to me than the likes and the subscriptions and whatever else, man, because you guys give up your time, you're listening, you're talking to me. And thank you everybody who came. You know what I'm saying? I will be ending in a few minutes because I know my wife is side-eyeing me through the wall. She's popped in, but once she stops popping in, it either means A, she fell asleep, or she's like, hey bro, it's time. So yeah. Another Arteta, yep. Why doesn't Arteta, why does he answer questions like Pep? Don't know. He said, my son won 3 gold medals at school. 2 in sports, they won gymnastics. He's achieving more than Arteta. Yeah. But big up on the gold medals, man. I was never at school. I was kind of athletic, but I was never fast, man. I remember we used to have field days. I would never, bro, because I grew up. When I grew up, like I grew up with some NFL players, like some legit players who were or still are in the NFL. So, I thought I was fast, but them kids would smoke me, bro. They be like, Then I see him at the combine running 4.4s, and I'm like, yeah, I saw this in elementary school. But yeah, winning gold medal, like winning as a kid feels great, man. Even if you win, you know, if you're winning to win, if you actually win, it feels great. I don't like participation trophies, man, because I feel like if you give participation trophies, you never get that drive to keep going faster. I mean, or further. Like for me, you know, if I'd gotten rewarded for getting C's, then I would never have the ambition to go for A's. You know, my grades in school is what got me into university in the UK. And when I was a kid, bro, I didn't want to hear all that. I don't want to be like, you know, my dad was like, oh, get good grades, you know, go study hard. Bro, as a kid, I'm like, bro, I want to do this, bro. Why am I doing this? I'm still passing. You know, I'm still passing. Like, why I gotta get A's, bro? B's are okay, C's are okay. And it wasn't until like 2018 where I gave my transcript with all my grades and I got into university. I was like, dang, this is why my dad wanted me to be to focus on my grades. This is why my mom kept telling me to be better in school. You know what I'm saying? I was a good student. I wasn't a slouch. I've always been a great student. But like I was okay with getting B's. My dad was like, no, get the highest grade you can possibly get. Give 100%. And they got me into uni. And I got 2 degrees. So, you know, I have to thank them for that. But yeah, anytime you win anything at school, anytime you do well in school, it always feels great because it keeps pushing you to go hard. So big up to the kids. So yeah. Your son got that world class mindset. I can't. Yeah, bro. Win, just win. You in it to win it, bro. Not in it for participation. So big up. What do you and wife have planned for the weekend? Saturday is chill day. We'll probably do our shopping and stuff. And I'll probably cook tomorrow. And then Sunday morning is breakfast. My wife makes the traditional American breakfast, so she'll make like pancakes, grits, eggs, and sausage. But because I'm trying to lose weight, we only do the grits, eggs, and sausage. Because if you eat pancakes and grits, you're basically asking to not be able to do anything for the rest of the day. So yeah, she cooks, and then yeah, we'll do Arsenal on Sunday, and I'll stream after Arsenal, and then we're ready for the week. That's pretty much it. But Saturdays are usually our chill days. We go, you know, walk around, we go enjoy, you know, the shopping and all that stuff, have a good time. And then Sunday is back to business. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she'll console me after we get dish racked. Tyson said, "This is our place with Santa." That's all it is, man. Safe place. The Waffle House is always a safe space until somebody start fighting, but then you kind of just looking at it anyway. But yeah, it's a safe space. That's what this place is. He said if I let him stream that, he buy me a Chanel bag tomorrow. So we're going to the Chanel store. That Chanel bag could be on Vinted right alongside them kids, bro. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but are you the wife? Yes, Stony is my wife. She pops into the chat because she likes to hear me. This is the only show she really pops in on as well. The Arsenal shows, she'll drop a few gems and then she'll leave. Because my wife's a casual Arsenal watcher. Like she'll watch because I'm watching, but she'll be on her phone, but she's casual. But when we talk about the Waffle House, she likes to pop in because she can actually, talk about her experiences and stuff, and she likes to talk to me. But yes, that is my lovely wife for 10 years. In the chat. No other channel got their wife hopping in the chat, so I'm just saying, right? Yours truly. C's get degrees. That's true. That's true. It got me my master's degree. I ain't gonna lie to you. I got my master's after COVID. When COVID happened, because I graduated in 2020, 2021 is when I graduated. No. I technically graduated with my bachelor's in 2021. I got my master's in 2023 just because I had to redo I had to get an extension on my dissertation because of COVID and stuff. But bro, after COVID, I'd already started my master's. I did not want to be there, bro. I did not want to do school after COVID. I was like, bro. But then I did it, and I made it, so it's all right. As he said, my son told me he doesn't complete school sports day. He does it to win. He doesn't compete in the school sports day. He does it to win, no matter what. No matter what, that's the right mentality you need. Yeah. And if you're gonna be an athlete, that's the mentality you have to have. You think Cristiano Ronaldo and those guys were happy with just being good, being second place? No, they pushed it. One of the greatest people I ever seen, Kobe, bro. Kobe perfection was everything. Being perfect. And then when he was done, he wanted to pass on that perfection. Michael Jordan, the best players ever, they didn't accept being good. Good wasn't good enough. They wanted to be great. So yeah. And yes, I am Tyson. Yes, she is. Love my life. 3.5 hours. So yeah. It's almost time for me to go ahead and get off your line, bro. As always, world-class parenting. Patrick said on the back for that, man. Yeah, man. Gooner Rican, you need Waffle on your channel for this. It'll be so yeah, Waffle has me and him spoke about a show. And I actually might get him on the Waffle House. He might actually be the first guest on the Waffle House, and that one we might actually talk about Arsenal. I might just ask about Arsenal stuff. Or we might do another show. I like the Waffle House being just the community. I might do another show, but yeah, I do. If you guys don't know, I do Waffle Don show on Mondays. Until he basically tells me I can't come back. But the Monday Madness, Monday Night Madness. I do those shows to talk about Arsenal. That's what I've been on. It was him and Tony Clyde, but ever since Arsenal been doing a downturn, Tony Clyde ain't been around. I was fine, but yeah, I do. I do have some things planned with. I'm trying to get things in the work with Waffle Don, with Views, with Shane, with those lot as well. I need the time. I need the time. So yeah. As I said, because I work a full-time job, so I work a 9 to 5, and because I work for the NHS, I'd be exhausted when I get home. So doing these streams with you is kind of decompression from that job. But yeah, it's just finding the right time. Listen, when the season is over, right? When the season is over, I have so many shows planned to fill the week because I've got so many ideas in my head. But like with midweek games and stuff, it's just a little bit harder it's a little bit harder to try to fit everything in. And I know I've been on here for 3.5 hours, but one thing that is non-negotiable for me is giving my wife time, right? So I Waffle and some other guys said they want to do it, and I said I don't want to record every day. Like I can't. I got to do X amount of shows because my wife needs her time as well. Even though she likes me being on the streams, and I've done this one because it's Friday night and we're gonna hang out all day tomorrow. It's not something that I do all the time, and it's not something I want to do all the time because I love spending time with my wife. And in order for my marriage and our partnership to thrive, I have to give her time as well as doing this, as well as going to work, as well as doing all the duties as a husband. So yeah, but Waffle Don is on the list. Shane's on the list. I just have to get the right time, right space, and right energy to put those things together. But it's all Dark Side is also on there. And of course, boring AFC Rob. Definitely want to get him on there. But yeah, yeah, my wife and my husband responsibilities come first. And then if I can do YouTube, I can do YouTube. But that's always going to be me. That it's always going to be how I'm going to do things. Yeah. It's just me, and it sounds like a simp. You can call it what you want, but like I said, me and my wife have been through a lot. We've been through triumph, we've been through death, we've been growing up together. Like my wife is my left hand man. Like she is the pillar, and I'm the same with her. Like, you know what I'm saying, she would walk across the street not looking if I wasn't there to just hold her bags and do everything. So you know what I'm saying, it's a priority for me. So, but I will give you guys content. I guarantee you. I'm not gonna leave you guys high and dry. But my wife, spending time with my wife is part of my priority. But the community is there as well. All right. It's nice to have spoken to you, an amazing woman from what I've heard. True power couples like to call it. Yeah, man. That my woman's amazing, man. And one day she'll probably pop along when we do meetups and stuff. But big up to you, Tyson Mitchell. Thank you so much. He's got the right mindset. Yeah, the kid. Have you traveled much to England, UK, Europe? Yeah, I've been to 20 European countries. Oh, I've been to a couple, about 10, 15. I got a list. But off the top of my head, I've done Iceland, England. I've technically been to an Irish airport, but I don't count that. Spain, Portugal, France, the Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, been in Luxembourg, Italy, Greece, Romania. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. I think there's a couple. There's a couple more, but that's just off the top of my head. I have been through Switzerland, but I didn't actually stop in Switzerland. And she said, "You and Waffle 7 hours." Yeah, we'll be on here forever. Like if I do a stream with Waffle Don, we got to start at like midday, and we'll probably end around 6 o'clock. Because we'll just be chatting. I think he's good people. Tony's the absolute geezer. Love that guy. Gives me African dad energy every time. And he's another one who wanted me on. Like I did a Caribbean show with him and one of the other guys. But it's so sporadic because we live in different areas. Like he lives in Finland, the other guy lives in the Caribbean. I obviously live here, so it's trying to get us three on the same schedule. But yeah, yeah. Tony is a good guy. He's definitely Nigerian dad, but yeah, he's a good guy, bro. Jack said you're gonna cover some World Cup stuff. Yeah, man, Jack, you missed it. I know it's the women's, but got the Spain jersey ready. So I already told you guys I got the Lego World Cup. So I thought about maybe doing a thing where I sit here and waffle with you guys while I build it. But I'm just gonna go ahead and build it because I think it'll take too long. But once the season is over, I'm gonna start building the World Cup statue. Yes, and I am gonna do some World Cup stuff. I'm gonna support England and Spain. My wife is gonna support Haiti. She would have supported Haiti and Jamaica, but Jamaica didn't make it. So she's going for Haiti. I'm going for Spain because I'm Puerto Rican. But because we live in England, I'm also back in England. Because I've lived in England for nearly a decade. So, but Spain is England is was my second team, but then I did my ancestry and I realized that I'm Spanish and like heavy Spanish and Portuguese. But because I come from a Spanish speaking country that used to be Spanish, then I tend to gravitate towards Spain. So it's like my nationality. Like I never got capped for England, but I got capped for Spain. So now I'm Spanish. But yes, I will. Stoney, we appreciate you for sharing Mick with us. Yes, I appreciate it. Ricky, I'm tired. That's why. Ricken, are you left-handed? No, so I call her my left-hand man because I'm right-handed. So for me, because my right hand is strong hand, I don't need her on my right-hand side because I can punch. I need her on the weak hand side, the left-hand side. So I always call her my left hand because she's covering that weak spot that I have with my left hand, but my right hand good. That's why. So yeah, that's why I call her my left-hand girl. Because she picks up the weak slack as I do her. True partnership. So yeah. No way, bro. Stoney say you had the right mentality. Anyone saying simp is gay. Yeah, I mean, people say that though. Like people, not really the simp thing, but people like, some of the boys be like, oh, you want to spend time with your girl? All you want, yeah, bro. I don't want to hang around dudes all day, bro. No, I don't. I love that woman. She can give me something that y'all can't give me. You know what I'm saying? She can. Which is good food, man. Y'all ain't cooking for me, and that'd be kind of weird if you weren't. So, yeah. Yeah, I like my wife, bro. That's my partner. That's the person I chose to make a life with. So yeah, I'm always gonna prioritize her before I prioritize anyone else. I'm not one of these people like, oh, I need to get rid of my wife. Dudes only, bros before hoes or whatever. Like, I married that woman. I made a vow to her. I made a vow to be, through sickness and health. So that means that I gotta prioritize her. If I don't, I'm not fulfilling my oath as a husband. So yeah, I don't. It doesn't feel bad to anybody say anything out of pocket because I just go crying to her bosom. Oh my God, you calling me a simp? Let me go just snuggle into my wife's boobs. Like, so what, bro? Yeah. Anyway, big up Tyson. Said thank you guys for allowing him to explore something he wants to do, and thank you for supporting me. I appreciate it. And we're approaching 4 hours. I said it's only gonna be 2, and this became a 4-hour stream. So now I'm definitely gonna have to go to whatever store she wants to go tomorrow. And this thing's gonna take forever to load as well, but it's fine. It's the fact that 9-10 of you guys have still stuck around for 4 hours means a lot to me as well. Jack said, Mick is good people, that's why we're here. You trained them well. And Jack said, thank you. Yeah. The kit actually looks cool. Yeah, I like it. It's the women's kit. And I saw it because I know one of the what's the name? Caldente. She plays for Spain. But yeah. Bro, England only let people down as a nation in all type of ways. Yeah, man. One thing I can't applaud them up for standing up for something, but as far as what's happening in the world now, I like Spain's approach. They have stood tall and they said we're not getting involved when it ain't got nothing to do with us, and I respect that a lot. So I'm backing Spain in this World Cup. Also, I wanted to back Spain when I wasn't being a glory hunter because I used to like, as I said, Sergio Ramos was my favorite. So I like Sergio Ramos and Puyol and Iniesta and stuff. But I never wanted to be a glory hunter. That's why I'm not a Man United fan. That's why I'm not a City fan or a Chelsea fan. I like joining a team that stuck with me, and Arsenal for me, with the history of of Black players, with the history of being expansive, with the history of sometimes being the underdog and coming through. Yeah, that for me meant a lot. It meant a lot for me. So yeah. So Arsenal were my thing. Okay. Black said, oh, back to this though. Yeah, England, bro. I was at Disney World. England let me down in the Euros. So, and I also didn't like how they responded to that. I know Spain has its issues with racism, but I feel like with Spain, you have your pockets of fans. I didn't like how the media covered that Euros, with how they just dish ragged Saka and Sterling, and I didn't like that. I didn't think it was right, because if Harry Kane had missed a penalty, if Phil Foden missed a penalty, they'd say, "Oh, lads, you did as well as you could." But I felt like when that happened with the Black players, the media was just on them, and I didn't like that. It didn't sit right with me because I am a Black person. Black say I'm half Congo, so I'll be rooting for them. I think France will win though. I think France are the favorites, man. France are the favorites. If Mbappe doesn't get in the way. If Mbappe doesn't get in the way, then I think France are the favorites. The thing that's gonna bug me is the fact that Brazil are I feel like the World Cup with Brazil not being great isn't great. I feel like the World Cup needs Brazil, Argentina to be great. You know who I think a dark horse is? Portugal. I think Portugal are a dark horse. I think that Cristiano will do everything in his power to try to get Portugal over the line. Might not be enough, but I mean, if Messi won the World Cup, what if that he could get Portugal to the final? Never know. So yeah, but I'm excited for it. I'm always excited for the World Cup. Maybe you can do a time lapse video you building the World Cup Lego and then upload it. Might get some traffic during the World Cup. Yeah, my wife told me that as well. My wife told me that do the time lapse, sit there and actually have me build it. That's a good idea. She told me. My wife is she's also my social media manager, guys. Because I'm just a waffler. All I do is come on here and talk. My wife, if you've seen like some of my videos and some of my ideas, then my wife is pretty much behind it. She's good at kind of saying this will work, that'll work, because she stays just all over the joint. So if she has an idea, then I listen, because she keeps going. So yeah, bro. Anyone who doesn't get it is probably jealous. Those are for hoes, not your wife and kids when you have them. Yeah, 100%, man, 100%. I love this woman. When I have kids, I love them too. Although they'll probably bully me like she does, but yeah, big up Tyson. Black said Spain leadership is very sound. Honestly, don't think the World Cup is happening. You know what, Tyson? On that, like with that, bro, this World Cup could have been so amazing, but the American leadership, the politics, and not just with America, the politics in the world, it's just ruining it for me, man. And I said this, I feel like the last couple World Cups with Russia, with Qatar, and now with the US, I don't feel like those were World Cup areas, right? I feel like they've got too much going. Russia, with what's going on, how they treat people. Qatar with the whole human rights thing, and America with their human rights thing now. We went from Brazil and France, like places where you could go and you be safe. You didn't have to worry about getting deported. You didn't have to worry about getting profiled. Did it happen? Yes. But I feel like Brazil, yeah, you're there. You're enjoying it. You're there for the football. In America, you're there for the money. They're charging people to go watch now. And it's sickening, bro. If people's only concerned about money, like South Africa was made, the Vuvuzelas, bro. That South Africa World Cup was one of the first ones I watched, which is diabolical that they left Ronaldinho out of the World Cup. But that's why Brazil is cursed, because they left Dinho out. But South Africa, Shabalala, and Steven Pinar. Like they didn't make it to out the group stage, but they played their hearts out. The people were together. The environment was great, and I loved it. I absolutely loved that World Cup. Especially Shane winning David Villa. But yeah, man, it was amazing. But this one doesn't like. I feel like the last couple World Cups, they've had good moments, but they don't feel like World Cups. They don't feel like places where people can be together and safe and enjoying their country. That's just my opinion. And America definitely doesn't feel like it. But yeah, I think if America wasn't there and they just had it in Mexico, it would have been great. Or if they just had it in Canada, it would have been great. But the politics of America is kind of down in the World Cup for me. Tyson said after last 6 years when the World Cup comes, we have the right to glory hunt. Yeah. Arsenal fans, that is. Listen, yeah, man. I got a closet full of England kits, and I've got Spain kits, and I'll go through those at one of the Waffle houses as well. Actually, I'll put a poll out if you guys want to see like my Spanish kits or my international kits. I can do that. I like to leave it up to the community. But yeah, man, I supported England. They just let me down, and I'm just tired. I'm not English, but I do have Spanish heritage, so I feel like it's the right thing to do to support Spain at this time. They might not win anything, but yeah, I think it's the right thing to support Spain because I mean, I always knew that I had some Spanish in me. I didn't know I had that much. So, yeah. As long as Roberto Martinez, our manager, ain't happen. Portugal, yeah. 100% Portugal is a dark horse. And that's the thing. It's like, Pito's like, nah, Portugal ain't doing nothing. But Blacks is like, Portugal is a dark horse. CSF fairy tale would be great. You know what I want to do? I want to go to Madeira just to kind of visit where he grew up. Because, yeah, he's a little bit egotistical. But you can't deny that he was great. He's a great, him and Messi. El Clasico and Ronaldo versus Messi, we'll never see anything like it again. So yeah, Senegal is my dark horse. Oh, I like Senegal. I would love an African nation to get far as well. It would definitely be great to see an African nation either make the quarterfinals or the semifinals. Like it'd be great for African nation. As long as it ain't Morocco. I got beef against Morocco because of the whole AFCON thing. I think it's diabolical. You lost. Accept that L. It doesn't matter whether they walked off or not. Accept that L. I think it's shambolic. And the way they were treating the Senegalese as well. No, I hope they don't win anything. But any team other than Morocco from Africa, yeah, I'm right with that. South Africa World Cup set the bar so high. It did. It was a lovely World Cup. You had Shakira singing songs and everyone. Yeah, it was amazing, bro. It was amazing. It was an amazing World Cup. And I just felt like we got high and we just, yeah. That said, thankfully the World Cup is being shared with Mexico and Canada. You know what? You know what's crazy? Mexico was my first team I ever supported. I said this before in the stream, but Mexico was the first team I ever supported. I'm the first kid I ever had, and I wish I had kept it. I don't know why I went away from Mexico. Probably because I'm a world traveler now and I always go. But yeah, man. Mexico was the first one I want to get the Mexico kit I had as a kid as well. And add it to my collection. But yeah, do like Mexico. Canada probably won't win anything. I feel like Canada's like America with a little bit more flair, but that doesn't really help them much. He said, yeah, last World Cup I really enjoyed was 2014. Yeah, man, they just been going downhill, bro. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. CR7 is a GOAT. Yeah, man. We'll never see that level of competitiveness. We'll never see that level of just amazing football again. Especially every year watching them play against each other in La Liga. It was great. Yeah. Said Morocco took the penalty and lost. Sore losers. Yeah, bro. You got the ability to have the penalty and actually win the game, and you missed it. So what are you mad for? And even if they give you the trophy, we all saw who won, so it doesn't matter. It's like, and it's the same thing I say about 115, right? if Manchester City, if Manchester City get penalized, then it won't matter that they got penalized because we saw them win. You can void it, but they won regardless. Did they cheat? Yeah, but even if they gave it to Arsenal, it wouldn't feel right. It wouldn't feel right because they beat me. Now they were financially doping, if you want to call it that. Then yeah, but I would still feel dirty. So yeah. Jack says I have the Mexico kit. It's dope. Love the print on it. Yeah, the new one. Yeah, the new one's nice. Right, the new one is very nice. But yeah, I might cop that. I mean, allegedly, I might cop it. As crazy as CR7 these days always inspired me that he grew up dumpster diving while living with an alcoholic father until he made it to sport. Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. Big up Static. I must go. Enjoy your night. Good show. Thank you so much. Take care. Live chat. Thank you so much, Static, for stopping by. And 26 likes. Like and subscribe. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, with CR7, bro, like it's amazing to see how two players come from different areas and became great. Like Messi's parents like worked hard for him to get here, like with Barcelona. And then you look at CR7 and he had to grind and grind. So did Messi. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Messi had more of support and Cristiano had to work hard. And I always say in regards to their talent, Messi has natural talent that he worked to refine. Like, but he had natural talent. He was like Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho could be drunk and high and still have talent. Whereas I feel like Cristiano had talent, but he worked and grinded to get to where he was. So yeah, big up. But yeah, we'll never see anything like that again. And big up, Rob said, I made a stream, literally just got in from work. I'm knackered. How's it kicking? You know what? If you had come, maybe if it had been a normal night, you probably wouldn't have made the stream. I've been on here for 4 hours. I did not expect to be on here for 4 hours. But my wife has not knocked the door down and she's still in the chat. So yes, big up. Thank you for stopping by the Waffle House. I have to explain the rules because I haven't seen you in here before. This is not an Arsenal chat. We ain't talking about Arsenal. It's not an Arsenal anything. I ain't talking about Sunday. I'm not talking about Mikel Arteta. I'm not talking about the tactics. This is a show for everything but Arsenal, right? Anything Arsenal, if you want to talk about your job, if you want to talk about how you feel about life, travel, that's what this show is about. It ain't about Arsenal. I ain't talking Arsenal, nothing. So if that's what you expected to hear, not tonight, my friend. I will be back regularly scheduled programming on Sunday. So big up for stopping by though. 115 is a point of argument. Arsenal proving money doesn't guarantee trophy. Exactly. And I read that by Static. Big up the Static. Big up more FC. We were chatting about you earlier. Yep. And it's guys he stopped by. But yeah. Yeah, the new one, the material is so good and the color is great. Yeah, I like it, bro. And this is why I said I like kits like that. And I showed you this. I showed you this one earlier. I love kits like this. Like the Mexico kit, I love kits with patterns and like one-offs. This is that Ian Wright warm-up top that they had a few years ago. That still has a tag on it because I literally only wore it once. I kept the tag on it, tucked it in my shoulder. And I don't even think I went out. Did I go outside in it? I think I went outside in it once. And I kept the tag in it because I was like, I just don't want to take the tag. I don't know why. Or maybe I forgot. But I took it off and love it. Great. So yeah. Yeah. So I like one-off shirts. That's crazy. Big up Static. Yep. Born AFC. Big up, man. Thanks. Nice things. I hope. Yeah, I don't talk bad about people, especially not when they're not around. Yeah, I don't like talking about people behind the back. I was just talking about how we have different, and I like to do a show with you, but only when I have time, because my wife is my number one priority. I just said I go get the missus breakfast, and we travel back and forth on football. My club is making me dislike football, and yeah, this is the thing, right? Like on Arsenal, because of how the Arsenal season is going, the one thing that I say when it comes to my time is, my wife loves me. And my wife loves that I do this. I make jokes that she's grumpy, but she's really not. The one thing that I always do is I make sure that if I'm doing Arsenal, and now that I do YouTube, I'm doing Arsenal content. The one day that I'm not doing Arsenal content is all hers. It's whatever she wants to do, right? So Sunday I will be in Arsenal mode. She'll make me breakfast. I will get my kids together. I'll probably do a preview. I'll get nervous. I'll watch the game. I'll get grumpy probably. I'll do my match preview. We'll play some video games. We'll go to sleep. Saturday, nothing in football. It's like Waffle House extended. We don't talk about it. We don't do nothing with it. It's all her. If she want to go, explore, we can. If she want to go to the store, she want to go get her nails done, she want to go do this, we doing what she wants to do. We're having a good time. If she want to chill and do nothing and not talk about football, Saturday I ain't doing nothing to football. I have to give her that time. So if we play on a Tuesday, if we play on a Tuesday, then the Wednesday, all hers. I'm not doing anything football. If we play on a Wednesday, the Tuesday, all hers. Like it's I have to make time for her, right? So when it comes to the weekends, if Arsenal is playing, especially if it's the American football season, I can't watch on Saturday and on Sunday. I've got to pick a team because it's not fair to her for me to watch, the Dolphins on Sunday and Arsenal on Saturday, and then we haven't done anything. So I usually choose Arsenal as the team that I'm watching because they're the most accessible. They're usually at a good time. And then the next day, if we play on a Saturday, Arsenal Saturday, Sunday, we're doing the food shop, we're doing everything. It's her day. That's how I do things. So I try not to do both days because yes, Arsenal do make me dislike just what's going on, and I don't want that to bleed into my life. But big up, Suj. Stoney's the backboner. Just channel Stoney's the backbone. Yeah, yes she is. And she wears the captain's armband. Yep, sir. The Sergio Ramos of Gooner Rican TV. Stoney. Rican, which retro kit would you want to bring back as a new kit for next season? Which retro kit would I want to bring back as a new kit for next season? If we could bring this back and not make it be ugly, all day, I would buy long sleeve, short sleeve, names on the back. That right there. Also, the 92 kit, 92, 93 kit, I like that one as well. But that kit right there, but Blacks, the only way I would bring that kit back is if we won the league. If we won the league, that's got to be the next kit with the gold badges on it. Yeah, bro. Inject it in the veins. Give me everything. I'm buying scarves, hat, jackets, everything. Inject it. But that will be the one. Big up, Brian. Sorry, late. Big up, Gooner. You're actually not late. I'm just doing a really late stream. But I am going to end before midnight because BBK and Gianni are on. And I don't want to, overlap them. And also, I did tell my wife when I started this at 7 o'clock that I'd only been an hour. And the fact that she hasn't come in here and Kung Fu kicked me through the wall lets me know that either she's on her phone and enjoying herself, or she just really enjoys the fact that I'm having a good time. But yes. Jack says that Ian Wright is dope. Yeah, I like that one. I'll have it as the background, probably on the next one, but I love it. Big up Rob again. He says it's all good, man. Let's do it. It'll be great. I'm on the back from a day trip to Suffolk. From Suffolk to Berkshire. Reading. And 5 hours of gymnastics coaching between I'm beat, sending love, my pillows calling. Big up. Thank you for stopping by. As the first lady said. The Waffle House kit. Yeah, I gotta get me one. I'll make me one. I'm gonna make me a Waffle House kit. O2 baby. He said, I like the yellow JVC retro kit. Need to cop that. Yeah, hard to find though. Hard to find the JVC kits. I did show you guys this one earlier. This is one of the new ones I bought, the 98.99 kit. And the reason it was so cheap is because it's got Boil Morte on it with 7, even though he didn't wear 7. But it's an authentic kit, and I didn't care who was on the back. So, but yeah. Suge, yeah, I feel that. We away for a few days, so just something to give her time because I work like 85 hours a week. That's crazy, Suge. That's crazy. Lucky Arsenal games are crazy hours in Australia. Suge, what time you wake up? What time you wake up for a typical Arsenal? I know Taryn has to wake up early. When I lived back in America, I remember when I first started watching, we would wake up, for a midday game, we waking up at 6:30 a.m. because the game's starting at 7. Or we doing the morning shop and then getting home for noon because the game's at 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what's it? What's it for in Australia? Valid. That would be a wonderful celebratory kit. Yeah, man. Plus I love it. But yeah. Big up Mateo. Is the match Saturday or Sunday? And my wife said Sunday. Said nice. I got New York City time. I'm chilling. So a 5 p.m. game is 2 a.m. 2 a.m. And Suge, that's what annoys me sometimes about English fans, right? Is that they'll be like, oh, I'm saying, you're not a real fan because you're international. Oh, the match going fans are the true fans or whatever. And it's like, bro, Arsenal will not be as big as it is. And not just Arsenal, right? Manchester United. Most of Manchester United fans aren't even in Manchester. You know what I'm saying? Real Madrid fans all over the world. But the thing that has made these clubs big, the thing that made Arsenal and Manchester United and Liverpool and Chelsea big is the fans like you waking up at 2 a.m. You know what I'm saying? Waking up to get packages to watch, enjoying themselves, buying the merch from abroad. Like, that's the lifeblood of some of these teams. So, big up, Suge, because 2 a.m. Oh, 2 a.m.? That's like the worst time as well, man. That's the worst time. Crazy. In Wisconsin, I woke up at 6 a.m. for the cup final. 6 a.m. Yeah, bro, you better than me. And I think that's the joy, and that's the opportunity that I have living here in the UK now, is that it's at a great hour for me. If it's in the middle of the day, I can get my shopping done, get a drink, and go. If it's at night, I be on work my job. I've relaxed, and it's great, bro. So yeah. Mateo said World Cup for me is gonna suck a bit. It's not gonna lie, it's probably gonna be 8, 9 p.m. Yeah. Yeah. Some of the matches gonna be if you're in the UK, the match is gonna be freaking late. But I'll try to keep up, man. I'm gonna try to watch Spain games and do match previews and stuff. I'll think about how I'm doing it. Where are you from? Australia. I like the time here in the East Coast. The Sunday game is 11:30 a.m. Yeah, but like I have my mates who go to the pub, and sometimes in the early matches, the pub doesn't open, so they can't really go watch, and it's kind of sad. But yeah, big up to you guys though. Brian says if you bring back a retro kit, make sure it's the one you want a trophy in, so it gives the players the feeling of winning. Yeah, it's true. I mean, the O2 kit from the Invincible season would be one. But the issue is I have to think about Adidas making it as well. It's not Nike anymore, it's Adidas. So I probably bring back, probably were they wearing Adidas in '89? Probably those kits. If you're gonna bring back one from them. Jack Tagger Facts, New York City time is nice. I'm in Australia. Do you support the Russian club? Yep, he's a Chelsea fan. Honestly, the Champions League is 5 a.m. kickoff for me. 5 a.m. I feel like is more manageable. 5 a.m. You watch it 7 a.m. You all right. You can probably go to sleep at 10, wake up at 5, and have a good night's sleep. But 2 a.m., bro, there's no way you can slice that to feel rested. You giving up your sleep to watch Arsenal. So big up, Suge. International fans who have made these clubs massive. Imagine we only support local clubs. Chelsea would still be playing in the car park. Yep. I mean, Real Madrid, international. Barcelona. How many times do you look at like places around the world when they do the World Cup and you've got Barcelona jerseys in there? Like that's why. But they still say they broke, but they always buy players. Canada and Australia. I like early games. Last week kickoff at 7:30 a.m. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying, Blacks. 2 a.m. sucks, man. Dedication. I'd be so grumpy after, bro. Yeah, for real. Be punching there. Yeah. He said last week the game was 7:30. Facts. Warriors games at 4 a.m. takes the cake. And big up Wahaha, and that's why I don't watch NBA. Because I'm a Heat fan and I don't feel like waking up to watch us be mid. So, and once again, I work for the NHS. So yeah. Don't think I watch more of the matches, man. I wake up 3 a.m. New York City, go to work. I'm in bed by 7, 8. Yeah, bro. It's long. But yeah, I'll be doing some World Cup content because I like the World Cup, man. That's my thing. Black Chrome so grumpy if I put in terrible performances. Yep. Anyways, just want to pass by peace, lads. Big up Puerto Rican. Thank you for stopping by, Mateo. I appreciate it. And I'm gonna wrap up soon too, because as I said, Gianni and BBK are on pretty soon. Top Gooners ain't got nothing on you, bro. Nah. I'm just glad the World Cup is in America because the time is good for me. I like to see a World Cup in Australia. What do you guys think about that? World Cup being in Australia? I think the World Cup in Australia would be a vibe. They had the Olympics in Australia. World Cup Australia, I think it'd be great. It's big, but I think World Cup Australia would be a vibe. Australia gets an automatic bid. Maybe we see some because the format is bigger. Maybe we see some of the other cities and stuff going in. I mean, not cities, the other smaller countries going in there, like a New Zealand. Oh, Australia and New Zealand. Ooh, be great. I don't watch NBA to the playoffs. My team got dumped out, so I don't watch them. I support teams in different sports. Chelsea, Tennessee Titans, and LA Dodgers. Yeah, quite spread out, especially around America. In Azerbaijan, most of the matches were around 9-11 p.m.ish. Now living in DC, and I really like the time better here. Some people like the early. I like being in the same, like Spain. I like being in there because Champions League at 9 and stuff, and it's pretty cool. I liked watching in Spain. Spain was my favorite time. Yeah, I like watching in Spain. I thought it was great. Spain was such a great culture because 2016 was the Euros in 2016? Yeah, I think the Euros was in 2010 when Spain won. Or France won. France won the Euros in 2016. Spain won something when I was there. I don't remember. I feel like Spain won something because I feel like I was celebrating. Either that, or I was celebrating the fact that Sevilla won the Europa League. But it was a great time. Was it Portugal 2016? So I feel like did Spain win anything? I think it was Sevilla. I don't know, man. I was celebrating too hard. I think during them times I was just drinking. I mean, most of the match. I read that one. I don't watch anymore. I am today though, beating the Suns like it's nobody's business. Big up, wahaha. Not on top Gooners, but any fan base hates on international fans. Yeah, man. When that Gooner Lee was talking about the international fans, I checked out, bro, because I'm like, you don't know what these guys go through to watch Arsenal. You're privileged, and I'm privileged now to be able to watch them at a nice time, be able to go to the matches. But that doesn't mean that I'm any more of a fan than Suge, any more of a fan than, Jack Black, anyone in here. And even rival fans, Brian, Wahaha, I wouldn't be more of a fan than them, because I live in the UK. Like, no, it's you just more accessible. But the things that international fans have to go through to watch. There's a guy in Japan, right? I stumbled upon him. He's a Miami Dolphins fan. There's a guy in Japan that he wakes up ungodly times to watch the Dolphins. I'm from Miami. I don't watch that. I would not. No, they give me heart palpitations. I can't watch Arsenal and the Dolphins. But yeah, big up. You know what? A World Cup in Australia, New Zealand will be sound. The players might get cooked by the heat and bugs, though. Maybe. And he said they watched pretty much every game when they were chasing the regular season record. 82 games, all home games at 4 a.m. No, thank you. No, thank you. Well, big up, wahaha. Yeah, and Suge says we had the Women's World Cup in Australia and the Olympics of 2032 is in my city. Yeah, man. I feel like Australia can be a good one. Excuse me. I'd like to see a World Cup back in Africa. Nigeria World Cup. Everybody getting scammed. Not playing. But yeah, man, big up the Nigerians. I'm also my DNA is also Nigerian as well. But yeah. I'm going to my first World Cup game in June. And that's the thing, like my dad lived right down the street from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, and I thought about it, but I ain't spending all that money, man, because like I said, it's just not exciting me as something would, in another country. But big up, Jack. I hope it's good for you, man. I hope it's good. Portugal 2016, one of the best days of my life. Yeah, Portugal winning without Ronaldo. A World Cup in July will be winter here, so it'll be perfect. And Brian said the Euros. And yeah. So yeah, we've hit 4 hours and 13 minutes. And big up to everyone. I reached the end of the chat. Thank you guys for stopping by. It said Morocco will be hosting World Cup games, and Morocco is not that bad because I could actually get there, and I would go to Morocco. It said there's your Africa. Yeah, I would actually I could probably actually go to Morocco because back when I lived in Spain, they used to have the ferry, so it probably wouldn't be too hard to get to Morocco. But yeah, depending on how it felt. But yeah, just to recap everything we talked about. We talked about a lot tonight. We've been on for 4 hours. We talked about travel and grief and family. We talked about kids, and I've got this one and this beauty. And then, of course, the Sevilla ones I brought. The third kit, the goalkeeper kit, and the away kit. So yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. There's your Africa co-hosting with Portugal and Spain. So hey, 2030, I might be there. I might actually be yeah, I might be actually out there. Take care, see you around. Big up Wahaha. So the conclusion is Waffle Storm. But yeah, and big up Nick as well. Big up everyone. Sure, I'll see everyone on these YouTube streets. And big up Suge. That would be great World Cup timing. Hey, listen, I'm gonna close in a minute. But after you go to the stream, you know, if you guys want to hear some more good content, go over to Gianni and BBK Sports. They're doing their around the league, so they'll be talking about a lot of the sports and stuff. They might talk about Arsenal. But thank you guys so much for hanging in for 4 hours. You know, I thought it was a good time to speak to the community. I thought it was a good time to kind of just connect with you guys, because you guys are the ones who've been around since, you know, the early streams, the first stream. You know, guys like Jack and you know, I'm surprised Godfrey didn't stop by, but he might be busy. But yeah, man, he might have stopped by. I've been on here for 4 hours. Tyson Mitchell as well, Suge, Brian, Blacks, Karma, and everyone. Thank you for stopping by. You know, thank you for chilling with me. And you know, like I said, this isn't an Arsenal stream. This is our Arsenal stream to prepare for Arsenal. This is our stream to prepare for Arsenal, to just relax, talk about something different. And then I'll be back, bro. I will be back with more Arsenal content. You know, I'll be back doing Arsenal. Big up Pito as well. Yeah. You know, I enjoy these streams, man. I enjoy these streams more than anything. I enjoy these streams more than talking about Arsenal. I feel like anybody can talk about Arsenal, but I feel like talking about life is what I love. Talking about bless up, Pito. Talking about, you know, traveling, you know, talking about what's going on. And if I got your mind off of whatever's happening in your life for 4 hours, then that means more to me than any likes, any subs, anything else. Thank you for giving me your time. And I'll end with this, as I always do, right? I hope that everything that you want in life happens and comes off. I hope that everything that you don't want to happen, you know, everything that's detrimental to you goes away. And I hope that you guys return here to Gooner Rican TV, to the community, to the chat on the next time. So with that, thank you guys so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for listening. And as always, have a good night. Have a good weekend. And for most of you, I'll see you on Sunday. Big up Flyberry as well. Y'all take it easy. Have a good one.